You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational. This program is a copyrighted production of Indiana Sports Network and cannot be shown, reproduced, or redistributed in any way or in any form without prior written permission from Indiana Sports Network. You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
The Fellowship of Christian Athletes has the mission of leading every coach and every athlete into a growing relationship with Jesus Christ and His church. Through camps and
you can see him along the back stretch. If you take a big look, he just ran out of our screen, but he's had an excellent race so far, and one more turn around the corner, and it appears that he will finish this one. But what a tremendous run by Thomas Gaines of Wabash College. We really don't have any other finals right now in the men's competition. Women's competition at 3,000 meter was run by two runners. Zoe Troush of St. Mary the Woods won the race with a 13:01:69. From Principia came in second, and again, we want to congratulate them. So Zoe Troush of St. Mary the Woods won the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and Laura Mayo of Principia came in second. In the men's race, again, it appears Thomas Gaines way out in front will win that race, and he just collapsed over at the finish line. Just a tremendous run by Thomas Gaines of Wabash. And his time right now, 9:28:72, so he bettered his time on a steeplechase by over 20 seconds. He was way out in front. Henry Strive from DePaul is now finishing at 9:59:03, and again, he bettered his time by about 15 seconds. And Strive has done a great, that's Heath comes in second with a 9:59. So Heath of Principia is second with a 9:59, and Strive of DePaul University comes in third. So again, all these runners have bettered their time. Joe Hanningsmeyer from Rose-Hulman comes in fourth, and that's what they have on the leaderboard as we're watching along in that situation. We'll try to have all the races and all of the results here for you very shortly and what's going on. In the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase, again, winner was Zoe Troush, St. Mary of the Woods. Second place, Laura Mayo. Right now, team rankings after two events scored. It's Greenville with 30, St. Mary of the Woods with 17, Principia with 8, and Rose-Hulman with 2 here in the women's. Again, Joe Hanningsmeyer comes in fourth. Grady comes in fifth place, and we're waiting for the rest of the finishers here in the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Other events that will be coming up shortly as we look at these in the Friday Night Spikes Twilight Invitational here at Rose-Hulman. The men's javelin is currently taking place, along with the women's shot put. The men's long jump, the men's pole vault starts at 5. Again, men's long jump, pole vault, and women's high jump all start at 5 p.m. The men's and women's triple jump and men's hammer and women's discus will follow the results of their counterparts shortly to be determined. Again, women's steeplechase is finished. Men's steeplechase has just finished, and we'll end up with the 4x100 meter relay that will start at approximately 5:20. And again, we're very happy you've joined us here on Indiana Sports Network as we're watching the Rose-Hulman Track and Field Twilight Invitational here from Terre Haute, Indiana. And we have many different teams. We'll try to update the scores and the placings as they become available. Again, the women's 4x100 meter relay will be up next. And if we look at the 4x100, in lane 2 we'll have Rose-Hulman. In lane 3 will be Greenville. In lane 4 will be St. Mary of the Woods. And in lane 5 will be DePaul. And the actual time of these leading in their seeding times was Greenville with a 48.59, followed by St. Mary of the Woods, and then Rose-Hulman and DePaul in that order. 4 teams in the women's 4x100. And again, we'll have that race for you here in its entirety. And it won't be too long, as they're going to move very quickly on this one, see if they can get everybody set up for the women's 4x100 meter relay. Men's will follow their 4x100 meter relay. After that, it'll be the women's 1500 meter and the men's 1500 meter run, along with and then we'll set up hurdles. It'll be the women's 100 meter hurdles, the men's 110 meter hurdles, and we'll go on from there. We should be able to hear the public address announcer in just a little bit, as we'll cut in and be able to hear that going on as well. Here's a picture of some of the long jump right now. As we move along. And in the long jump, the first flight is Timothy Yount from Rose-Hulman, Luke Fry from St. Mary of the Woods, Sebastian Hughes from Rose-Hulman, Winston Amonkwa from Rose-Hulman, Jordan Paternal from Greenville, James Knaus from Rose-Hulman, Malik Grant from Greenville, Ayatunde Lalaye from DePaul, Anthony Lloyd from Hanover, and Lamar Pollard from Greenville. They will all be attempting in the first flight of their jumps. Second flight will be Mark Holmes from DePaul, Bradley Mulwangi from Principia, Declan Grossbach from Rose-Hulman, Ezra Baker from Franklin, Ethan Baccaret from Franklin, Josh Kuznaklas from DePaul, Toby Zhao from Rose-Hulman, Layden Adair from Hanover, Brandon Shannon from Greenville, and Annabelle Gomez from Greenville. Appears to be the second flight, as we had a DePaul jumper, and now we have, it appears to be Toby Zhao from Rose-Hulman. Attempting in the men's long jump, that would be the second flight. And there are 2 flights here in the jumps in the long jump. And the women's 4x100 meter relay is getting ready to start here in just a moment. And in that 4x100 meter relay in lane 2, Narwanda Semakula is the first runner for Rose-Hulman, followed by Rofiat Adamayi, Alex Adams, and Katrina Augustin. In lane 3 is Greenville, Caden Sharp, Layla Graham, Jocelyn Fritz, Sarah Yakana. In lane 4, St. Mary the Woods, J.C. Stone, Savannah Lewis, Alyssa Winterstein, and Hope McGuire. In lane 5, Jada Smith, this is for DePaul, Lillian Boston, Alexis Kagan, and Emily Lira. As we get prepared for the women's 4x100 meter relay. And again, you'll be able to see they're just getting ready. And they'll enter the blocks. And we have a clean start. You can see the runners come into your picture. Very close race. Greenville is really pushing on this one. A really nice exchange. Appears to be clean. Again, no signal by the judges on this one as they head around and down the home stretch. Greenville with that lead. St. Mary the Woods running second. And Rose-Hulman appears to be in third. It is Greenville, St. Mary the Woods, and Rose-Hulman. Winning time at 48.31. And that betters the time for Greenville by almost a half a second. So really good run by the women from Greenville as they appear to take the win. Again, very nice run by the ladies from Greenville. And we'll see the amended scores here in just a moment. In the men's 4x100 meter race, it'll be Hanover in lane 2, DePaul in lane 3, Greenville in lane 4, Rose-Hulman lane 5, Webster in lane 6, and St. Mary the Woods in lane 7. For Hanover, it's Eric Perkins, Anthony Lloyd, Layden Adair, and Torianja Forrest. For DePaul in lane 3, it'll be Ricky Alsam, Grant Hunt, Colin O'Malley, and Ayatunda Lalei. For Greenville in lane 4, Chase Latouche, Carson Arantian, Claudio Trevino, and Cortland Harris. In lane 5 for Rose-Hulman, it'll be Timothy Yount, Tice Miller, Jack Cox, and Jalen Hobbs. In lane 6 for Webster, it's Stephen Obonchin, Austin Merritt, Joshua Clark and Elijah Perez. In St. Mary of the Woods, lane 7, it's Donovan Wright, Xavier Rehi, Luke Fry, and Ahmad Benford as the men prepare for their 4x100 meter relay. And it appears that Greenville has scratched in this race. As you can see them preparing to get started here in the 4x100 meter relay. Again, lane 4 is a scratch. Greenville will not have a team in this one. So in lane 2, it's Hanover. Lane 3, DePaul. Lane 5, Rose-Hulman. Lane 6, Webster. And in lane 7, St. Mary the Woods. Greenville had the lowest seed time. With that change, it will be Rose-Hulman with the lowest seed time for the teams that are still left in the 4x100 meter race for the men. I want to thank our sponsors for the broadcast today. In Great Dane, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Riddell National Bank, Ryan Luce State Farm Insurance, Mossy Oak, ServPro, and York Automotive. As we're prepared for the 4x100 men's race. And a clean start. Really closing the gap on the outside is Webster. Rose-Hulman and Webster down that back stretch. Webster with the first handoff, but Rose-Hulman appears to take a potential lead. And the last handoff. And Hobbs appears to be in the lead for Rose-Hulman as he heads down the straightaway. And across the finish line. Rose-Hulman appears in first with a 41.93, followed by Webster and DePaul. Rose-Hulman, Webster, DePaul, Hanover, and St. Mary of the Woods. And for Rose-Hulman, a 41.93 does better their initial mark. They had a 42.07. So 41.93, they lowered their mark as well in the race. Webster with a 42.3. Again, Webster appears a 42.37, and they lowered their total by a half a second as well. Again, two very good races for Rose-Hulman and Webster in this one as they lower their seed times by about a half a second. Very solid races for both of those men's groups. Next comes the women's 1,500 meter run. For DePaul, it'll be Emma Jacobs, Ava Knight, Rachel Delancey, and Morgan Tharp. For St. Mary the Woods, it's Emily Truax. For Rose-Hulman, Madison Linfelt. For Hanover, Sarah Jones. Greenville has Sedina Logan. Illinois College with Ashley Orick. Principia, Gina Richards. For Rose-Hulman, it's Libby Smith. For Greenville, it's McKenna Hintz. For Rose-Hulman, Lisa Sebastian and Abigail Strickland. For St. Mary of the Woods, it's Josie Gettinger and Mercedes Schimmel. And for Principia, it's Hannah Weimer. And for Webster, it's Megan Bartz. As, again, you get to see some more of the long jump action here at Rose-Hulman in the Track and Field Twilight Invitational. So a 1,500-meter run will be up next, and it'll be the women's race to start. And they will start on the opposite side of the field. Again, it's not 1,600. That's what they run in high school. This is a 1,500-meter run. Again, we're happy you joined us here on Indiana Sports Network for the Rose-Hulman Track and Field Twilight Invitational. As the women are assembling over near the starting line, which appears on the opposite side of the field. And the field events continue to move on. Again, in the long jump, it appears to be Rose-Hulman's Toby Zhao. And the ladies have aligned themselves up on the opposite side of the field, where the women will run the 1,500-meter run. So the women's 1,500 meters. And they're arranged in this order. Again, Emma Jacobs, Ava Knight, Rachel Delancey, and Morgan Tharp are all from DePaul. They're in the black uniforms on the right-hand side. Then it's Emily Truax in the blue for St. Mary of the Woods. Madison Lindfelt from Rose-Hulman. Sarah Jones from Hanover. Sedina Logan from Greenville. Ashley Orrick from Illinois College. Gina Richards from Principia. Libby Smith from Rose-Hulman. McKenna Hintz from Greenville. Lisa Sebastian from Rose-Hulman, Abigail Strickland from Rose-Hulman, Josie Gettinger from St. Mary of the Woods, Mercedes Schimmel from St. Mary of the Woods, Hannah Weimer from Principia, and Megan Bartz from Webster. And the starter has his gun up. And we're off. Women's 1,500-meter run. A straight run down the backstretch to see who gets on those inside lanes. And again, in the order they were given, the fastest timed runners got the first few lanes. So again, it's not a stagger start. They literally run the back stretch to see who can pull out in front. And a couple DePaul runners are near that front edge, as well as appears to be a Rose-Hulman runner in Madison Lindfelt. as they complete the first of 3 3/4 laps. Best seated time was Emma Jacobs of DePaul with a 4:56.19. And again, 2 runners from DePaul have appeared in the front pack. Appears to be Jacobs and Knight in the front for DePaul University. And they have increased their distance right now. And have continued to put space between the top 2 runners and the rest of the field. Two more laps from where we were right there. They'll finish on this side of the track. Now it appears the 4 DePaul runners in Jacobs, Knight, Delancey, and Tharp appear to be in the lead for this race. Four DePaul runners in a row. First, second, third, and fourth right now. And St. Mary of the Woods, it appears to be Emily Truax, is in 5th. And that's the way the race was seated before it started. Linfield from Rose-Hulman appears to be in 6th. Again, the top seeded time was 4:56. Beautiful day here in Terre Haute. And it appears that Jacobs is just running a great race down the back stretch as she makes the turn for home. And a real solid run for DePaul University. They appear in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place right now. And she will better her time by about 9 seconds. As will, it appears, all of the DePaul runners. They all will better their times from what they turned in at the start, I believe. Tharp. Yes, all the DePaul runners have bettered their time, as has Truax from St. Mary of the Woods. And most of these women have bettered their time by about 9 or 10 seconds. So very fast, very fluid run. Jones, and you can see the results as they pop up. Tharp, Jacob, Delancey, Knight, and I will apologize because it is Tharp who ran the race today. She came in seated 4th, and she bettered her time by almost 12 seconds What an outstanding run as this one concludes. And you'll be able to see that. Tharp with a 450.13. Again, Morgan Tharp, 450.13. And she came in with a seed of 502.13. So what a tremendous run by Morgan Tharp as she takes home the win in the 1500 for women. We'll move along. It'll be a timed finals in the men's race. The first flight has the best seeded times, and here they are. From Wabash, Braden Kernut. From DePaul, Bailey Scott, Griffin O'Neill, and Matt Veneman. From Rose-Hulman, it's Evan Brill. Elliot Go is from Franklin. Kaylin Triggs from Webster. Trevor Maynard from Rose-Hulman. Robert Hogeman from Hanover. James Goodenow from Greenville. Thomas Chapman, St. Mary of the Woods. Rose-Hulman has Carter Linfelt, Drake Rutledge from Greenville, and Jimmy Woodrow from Principia. And again, Braden Kernut, the lead runner in this race. A very fast pace. The seed time was 4:03:06 for Kernut. And again, Wabash in the lead. A couple DePaul runners following. There'll be another timed race right after this one. It'll have the second group in the 1500 for men. All of the runners in this first heat, or this first section of the time trials, ran under a 4:16. Kernut in the lead for Wabash. Very consistent run as he's lengthened his lead. And Kernut continues to put space between him and the second place runner. Down the front stretch. And a very, very solid run as he continues to lengthen the space between Braden Kernut from Wabash and the rest of the field. About a 35-yard space. And he doesn't appear to be slowing. He actually appears to be picking up the pace. What a tremendous pace. We'll see if he can hit under that 4-minute mark. And again, Braden Kernut. And he has a chance to hit under 4 as he powers it through towards the home finish. And he breaks the 4-minute mark. What a tremendous run by Braden Kernut. And again, we'll get it's Veneman in second, Scott in third, Triggs in fourth. Triggs is from Webster. O'Neill. And again, Cornett from Wabash. Veneman from DePaul. Triggs is from Webster. As you see all of them flashing on the board. And this should be very close to the official on this one. Again, another race will start. We'll talk about that one in just a second here as I scroll down. Time trial or time finals. Next race has Thomas Brailige from DePaul, Jacob Bailey from DePaul, Wyatt McCullough from Franklin, Alex Smith, St. Mary the Woods, Hammond Law from Rose-Hulman, Josh Medlin from Greenville, Chris Lardner from Rose-Hulman, Joey Wenke from Greenville, Luke Greider from DePaul, Braden Heaton from St. Mary the Woods, Tyler Koopman from Rose-Hulman, Christian Gray from Webster, Calum Crodel from Rose-Hulman, William DeVerman from Rose-Hulman, Sean Yamamoto from Rose-Hulman, and Grant Dunham from Rose-Hulman. And their times range from 4:17 to 5:18. St. Mary the Wood runner, and it appears to be Alex Smith in the lead as he set the pace early. And two DePaul runners to follow in Thomas Brailige and Jacob Bailey. Wyatt McCullough appears to be in that front group as well. And again, these are timed finals, so eventually all the times from the first race and the second heat here in these, Section 1 and Section 2, will be placed against each other. So if someone from this time section has a great time, they'll also place in this meet. Next race in this will be the women's 100-meter hurdles, followed by the men's 110-meter hurdles. Then it'll be the women's 400-meter dash, followed by the men's 400-meter dash. Then it's the women's 100 and the men's 100, the women's 800 and the men's 800, and then the 3,000-meter for women and men as we continue to move along here at the Rose-Hulman Track and Field Twilight Invitational. And we're continuing to move along. Again, another solid race. This time the runner from Franklin has taken over that front spot as he seemed to pull away. Just past that 4-minute mark. And a huge close by a runner from DePaul. Challenging on this one, and it looks like he'll overtake him right before the finish line, as we'll await the final of the time on this one. It's Bailey from DePaul, McCullum from Franklin, Braylage from DePaul, Smith from St. Mary the Woods. And again, you'll see the rest of these as they continue to file across in this race. Again, it appears that most of the runners today have lowered their times by quite a bit. We want to thank our sponsors for today's track and field event here at Rose-Hulman, and it's Great Dane, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Riddell National Bank, Ryan Luce State Farm Insurance, Mossy Oak, ServPro, and York Automotive. We'll take a very short break, and then we'll have the women's hurdles. You're watching Indiana Sports Network.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman.
At Great Dane, we are proud to invest in our people and the communities we call home. We are hiring now for trailer assemblers and welders across the country. We need the makers, people who are ready to make a difference. We need you. Build something bigger for yourself and your family with great health benefits, advancement opportunities, 401k, pension, and more. Apply today at greatdane.com/careers.
Grace Clinic Health Professional. Affordable, compassionate, comprehensive healthcare for the whole family. In Terre Haute and Greencastle.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools.
The women's 100-meter hurdles. Lane 1 is Rose-Hulman, and it's Katrina Augustin, Sarah Skaggs from St. Mary the Woods in Lane 2, Vanessa Jones of Webster in Lane 3, Nirawanda Samakala from Rose-Hulman in Lane 4, Caden Sharp from Greenville, Lane 5. Lane 6 has DePauw's Seeley Strophagen. Lane 7 is Illinois College Christina Hilms. Rose-Hulman's Kyra Hicks is in Lane 8. There are 2 sections. It is a timed final. 2 sections, and it is a timed final. So as we prepare for this one, men's results. Wabash ends up winning the 1,500 meter with Braden Kernut with a 3:55.97. Second place, Matt Veneman. Third place, Bailey Scott. Fourth place, Kaylin Triggs. Fifth place, Robert Hogeman. Thomas Chapman in sixth from St. Mary the Woods. Trevor Maynard from Rose-Hulman is seventh. The eighth place scoring is Griffin O'Neill. And again, what a tremendous race by Braden Kernut. Overall standings right now in men, the team ranking, Rose-Hulman with 31 points, DePaul 27, Wabash 25, Illinois College 19, Webster with 13, Hanover 9, Greenville 8, Principia 8, and St. Mary the Woods 7. The women's 1,500 meters. Let's see if I can. Morgan Tharp wins it for DePaul. Emma Jacobs is in second for DePaul. Rachel Delancey for DePaul is third. Avon Knight from DePaul is fourth. Emily Truax, St. Mary the Woods, is fifth. Madison Linfelt, Rose-Hulman is sixth. Sarah Jones from Hanover in seventh. And Sedina Logan from Greenville is in eighth. Women's standings, Greenville with 41, DePaul 34. St. Mary the Woods 29, Rose-Hulman 11, Principia 8, and Hanover with 2. The women's 100 meters is next, and you can see them at the starting line. Lane 1, Katrina Augustin, Rose-Hulman. Lane 2, Lara Skaggs, St. Mary the Woods. Lane 3, Vanessa Jones from Webster. Lane 4 is Nerwinda Samakala from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5 is Caden Sharp from Greenville. Sealy Strophragen from DePaul is in lane 6. Christina Hilms from Illinois College, lane 7. And Kyra Hicks from Rose-Hulman is in lane 8. There is a second section of the women's 100-meter hurdles. Starters at his post. And we'll be ready to see this race. Again, until both groups have run through, the finish is not official. Fastest seed is Samakala from Rose-Hulman with a 14.67. As we see this one. Again, a lot of thunderstorms last night. It appears to be a beautiful day here at Rose-Hulman on this Friday evening. Cool, but not cold. As you've seen, the times very good for the 1500, as every runner appeared to lower their times as they came into this race. And they're taking their marks. Pistols up. Vanessa Jones of Webster is not in lane 3 as she is scratched. Clean start, and here we go. The women's 100-meter hurdles. It appears lane 4, Samakala, has attacked it really well, but it gets a great push in lane 5 from Greenville. We'll see what the finish was, but you can see that one. Samakala 14.69 and Sharp right with her at 14.77. And they were close coming in as well. And you can see the finish there as Jones did not run for Webster. The next section of these timed finals will have in lane 3, Josie Lyons from Franklin. In lane 4, Brantley Wathan from Franklin. Lane 5, Allison Kohler from DePaul. In lane 6 is Olivia Nelson from Webster. So again, 2 sections of the finals. They're going by time. And there will be all 4 runners that are scheduled. Again, Lyons from Franklin in lane 3, Wathan from Franklin in lane 4, Kohler from DePaul in lane 5, and Nelson from Webster in lane 6 as they take their marks. And a good clean start. Kohler appears to be the leader in this race for DePaul. And a close finish between Kohler and Nelson. Kohler 18.02. And again, if we look at the finals on these, and we'll go back and look at some more. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the men's 110-meter hurdles.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools.
We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstadter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
I'm All-Pro running back Jonathan Taylor for York Automotive. York is my #1 pick for your next car, truck, or SUV. Shop from over 600 vehicles at YorkAutomotive.com today.
You're #1 at York.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
It's the men's 110-meter hurdles. And with that, in lane 1 is Evan Manges from DePaul. Lane 2, Armand Williams from Webster. Lane 3 is Joss Masakwa from Wabash. Lane 4, Daniel Jansen from DePaul. Lane 5, Timothy Yount from Rose-Hulman. Lane 6 is Zachary Roberts from Franklin. Lane 7, Michael Miller from St. Mary the Woods. And lane 8 is Luke Hummel from Hanover. And results of the women's hurdles was Simakula from Rose-Hulman winning, Sharp in second from Greenville, Rose-Hulman's Augustin in third, Christina Hilms from Illinois College in fourth, Laura Skaggs of St. Mary's Mary of the Woods in fifth, Celie Straffrigen from DePaul in sixth, 7th is Kyra Hicks from Rose-Hulman, and 8th is Allison Kohler of Rose-Hulman. Again, the men's 110-meter hurdles. It's Manges from DePaul, Williams from Webster, Masakawai from Wabash in lane 3, Jansen from DePaul in lane 4, Yount from Rose-Hulman lane 5, Roberts from Franklin lane 6, Miller from St. Mary the Woods in lane 7, and Hummel from Hanover in lane 8. Again, after the 1,500-meter run, Rose-Hulman leads, DePaul is second, Wabash third, and Illinois College is fourth in the team standings after 4 events have been scored. We'll catch you up on the field events as soon as those become available in the process as well. And our starter's ready as he raises his pistol and sends runners to their marks. Clear start. It appears Yount and Jansen from Rose-Hulman and DePaul are going to go 1-2, and I couldn't tell. It's going to be a photo finish right at the end of that one. Very good race by the two guys in the middle. Jansen wins from DePaul by 2/100ths of a second over Yount. Jansen with a 15.59. And he wins it. Yount, that's about as close as you're going to find a finish. Massaquoi in 4th spot. And again, very close to what they came in seated. Jansen, Yount, Roberts from Franklin is in 3rd. Massaquoi from Wabash, followed by Miller and Williams. So a very close race as we'll prepare for the women's 400-meter dash. There will be 2 sections running in a timed finals. So they'll have to get the hurdles off the track, and as they do, we'll take a short break. You're watching Indiana Sports Network.
There is a greatness inside of you, a passion, a strength, a determination. So embrace it. Embrace the greatness that you bring to everything you do.
We're the Browns, and this is our account. Our relationship with Riddell really began when we were kids, so when we started our business, it seemed like a natural fit for us.
Riddell's provided all of our financial needs for both personal and business, and we could not be happier with the level of service that we're provided.
Riddell National Bank has helped us grow our business so that we can help grow our communities with the core values that we both share. If you're looking to grow your business, Riddell is your best option.
There is a greatness inside of you, a passion, a strength, a determination. So embrace it. Embrace the greatness that you bring to everything you do. Embrace the idea that you can do work that makes an impact, work that keeps the country moving forward and our economy strong. Because not everyone has what you have, and that's exactly what connects you to all of us at Great Dane. There's greatness inside of you. Are you ready to embrace it?
I'm All-Pro running back Jonathan Taylor for York Automotive. York is my #1 pick for your next car, truck, or SUV. Shop from over 600 vehicles at yorkautomotive.com today.
You're number one at York.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
Welcome back to Rose-Hulman for this evening's Track and Field Twilight Invitational. They're clearing the track of the hurdles and getting ready for the next race, which is the women's 400-meter dash. As we check to see if there's anything that we possibly missed on this one. It appears the field events are still going on in different areas all around. And they're getting prepared again for the women's 400-meter dash. As we look at that, for the women, two different timed finals. First section is Peyton Geppert from Greenville in lane 1, Alexis Kagan from DePaul in lane 2, Emily Peterson, Rose-Hulman, lane 3, Ayanna Owens from Greenville, lane 4. Brooke Oakley from Illinois College in lane 5. Micah Barnes from Webster in lane 6. Lex Dessenberg from Franklin in lane 7. And Kiara Coleman from Greenville in lane 8. The second section will have 3 runners. Ayanna Owens from Greenville with 1 minute .16 seconds is the seed favorite in this race. Rose-Hulman will have introductions of their seniors later on this evening. And they're still clearing some of the hurdles off the track, getting those ready. We want to thank our sponsors for tonight's broadcast, and that's Great Dane, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Riddell National Bank, Ryan Luce State Farm Insurance, Mossy Oak, Surf Pro, and York Automotive. Transportation for Indiana Sports Network is provided by York Automotive with 5 locations in Brazil, Greencastle, Crawfordsville, and Plainfield. Our camera operators for tonight's broadcast are Kanan Harper, Grant Hainig, Sebastian De La Rosa, and Victor De La Rosa. Our video technician is Keith Lawson. We're produced and directed by Tony Harper. And again, we're happy you joined us here at Rose-Hulman for the 2023 Track and Field Twilight Invitational. As he prepare for this one, there will be 4 sections of the men's 400-meter dash tonight. So 4 sections in the men's, there will be 2 sections in the women's. From the 400-meter dash, we'll then follow with the 100-meter dash for women and then men. And then the 800, followed by the 3,000-meter run for both women and then men.
We have our men's shot put results. In 5th place, William Witalis, Rose-Hulman. 4th place, Turgeon McLaurin, Greenville. 3rd place, Josh Burns, Hanover. 2nd place, Evan Furness, Wabash. And in 1st place, with a mark of 39 feet, 11.5 inches, Xander Mouchon of Illinois College.
And we're just getting set up, so we'll be able to hear all of the results in the shot put, as well as others. We just heard those. Hernandez, Illinois College, wins it. Binion from Greenville in 2nd. Moore from Rose-Hulman in 3rd. Shira from Wabash in 4th. Hodge is in from Illinois College in 5th. Mouchon from Illinois College in 6th. 7th place is Rogers from Illinois College. 8th place then is Cooper from Rose-Hulman. That's the men's shot put in the places there. Again, Hernandez, Binion, Moore, Shira, Hodge, Mouchon, Rogers, and Cooper in that order. The women's shot put will follow shortly.
Check, check.
And we're just waiting to make sure everything works on what's going on this evening. Takes a lot of people to run this one tonight. We want to thank everybody, including Kevin Lanke, who works very hard up here at the SID from Rose-Hulman, making sure everything gets turned on right and everybody's in the right place. So just to let you know, I'll be talked over, and when I say that, the PA system will come over in front of everything that we're doing here. High jump's getting ready to start for the men as well, as you can see that right in your screen right now as they're having their conference, getting everybody ready to participate in men's high jump. And that means the women's high jump has concluded. Annabeth Van Sil from Greenville wins it. Layla Graham from Greenville's in 2nd. Kaylin Barton of St. Mary the Woods in 3rd. Evelyn Morales of St. Mary the Woods in 4th. Megan Corte and Abby Hartman from Rose-Hulman and DePaul tied. They'll split that next spot. Jada Hunter Hayes from Rose-Hulman is in 7th. And we did not have a qualifier for 8th place, so that point goes unclaimed. And again, we're waiting for several results from, and And you can see high jump happening right in front of you. As we await the women's 400-meter dash. And that 400-meter dash is supposed to start at 6:45. So we still have a little bit of time as we take a look at some of the high jump action. The 100 meters will start at 7:05, the 800 meters at 7:30, and a senior recognition ceremony at 7:50 p.m. as we get started on this one. We'll pause for a commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action here from Rose-Hulman on Indiana Sports Network.
Treatment for those with mental illnesses and addiction issues has evolved over the years.
In the late 1960s, Indiana's mental health system began to take shape.
From 1971
to 2021,
Hamilton Center has touched the lives of thousands of people in central and west central Indiana.
We are committed to the latest therapies
to improve the quality of life for those with mental illnesses.
Treatment works.
Recovery is possible.
And thank you, Indiana.
The city of Brazil was founded in 1866. By 1876, there were 2 schools, 7 dry goods stores, 2 hardware stores, 4 churches, and 5 drugstores. One of those drugstores is still there today, Lynn's Pharmacy. Lynn's Pharmacy has grown from a small neighborhood drugstore to a modern pharmacy, offering prescriptions and medical equipment with old-fashioned values and unparalleled service. You can even step back in time and visit Lynn's Soda Parlor
here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
It could be anyone.
And welcome back to Terre Haute, Indiana and Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology for the 2023 Track and Field Twilight Invitational. I want to thank our sponsors, Great Dane, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Riddell National Bank, Ryan Luce State Farm Insurance, and Mossy Oak, ServPro, and York Automotive. Again, it's a beautiful day as we get prepared for the sun to go down. We'll be here when it's still a little bit dark as we take a look at these races and results. Again, the next race up is at 6:45, and it will be the 400-meter dash that will take place. Women's race first, men's place will be second. The women's steeplechase took place. That was the first race of the day. Coming in first for St. Mary the Woods was Zoe Trausch with a 13:01.69 finish, followed by Principia's Laura Mayo, about 15 seconds behind with 13:16.91. The men's 110-meter dash came away with the following results. Winning the race was Daniel Jansen from DePaul with a 15:59, and he gains the 10 points for DePaul. Second place, Timothy Yount from Rose-Hulman with a 15:60, a photo finish, 1/100th of a second change was the difference between first and second. Zachary Roberts from Franklin in third, Josh Massaquoi from Wabash in fourth. In fifth place was Michael Miller of St. Mary the Woods. Sixth place was Armand Williams from Webster. Seventh place was Evan Manges from DePaul. And Luke Hummel from Hanover was eighth place in that race. For the women's 100-meter hurdles, the race we just had, again, winning the race was Semikula from Rose-Hulman. Second place, Sharp from Greenville. Third place, Augustin from Rose-Hulman. Fourth place was Hilms from Illinois College. Fifth place was Skaggs of St. Mary the Woods. Sixth place, Stoffringen from DePaul. Seventh place, Hicks of Rose-Hulman. And the eighth place finisher would have been Kohler from DePaul, and she was in the second section of the finals. Again, timed finals in those, and Kohler picks up 1 point for DePaul, even though she was in that second section.
The final results are in from men's javelin. In fifth place, Jacob Warwick, Principia. Fourth place, Caden Klein of Webster. Third place, Alden Fuller of St. Mary of the Woods. Second place, Tobin Blair of Principia. And in first place, with a mark of 167 feet and 5 inches, Colton Rich of Greenville.
Again, a beautiful day, and I'm just glad we're able to bring you this broadcast. You can see the high jump continuing to go on as they'll bring those. And Walt Gordon has joined me alongside me right now, and I'm going to have to show you how to get into this thing so you can see the actual way to do this one. So you're going to...
Yeah, you know, you were mentioning glad that we can bring it. I was, looking at this morning as we had some rain, and I'm thinking this could be interesting today. But I, of course, I didn't check I'm not a weather checker all the time. My kids normally tell me what the weather's going to be because they always talk about it. But just looking at this weather and making sure that we're able to get this in, and of course, the rain stopped a long time ago around these parts, and there was nothing to worry about, right? Just lots of clouds in the sky, but there's nothing wet falling down, so that's good.
Been a pretty good day. You can see the St. Mary of the Woods high jumper there attacking the bar. Not quite able to clear it. So as we get ready for this one, again, we've had several races. The steeplechase is concluded, the 4x100 meter relays, the women's and men's 1500 meter run, and both hurdle races of the women and the men at the straight hurdles, not the intermediates. And then we're awaiting the women's 400 meters. And another high jump opportunity. Left click to find the lineup, and right click, and I'll show you where to if you want. Sure. So as we get prepared for again these, then we'll be able to see the next set of races. And they're really moving quite well with the high jump.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the men's high jump. There's supposed to be 17 entries in the men's high jump. Good luck. Ajee is from Principia, Abbott Church from St. Mary the Woods, Will Morris from Wabash, Landon Miller from Wabash, Jamal Leach from Wabash, Andrew Sedlacek from St. Mary the Woods, Lawrence Harris from Greenville, Stuart Anker from Wabash, Evan Manges from DePaul, James Kaunas from Rose-Hulman, Tristan Conkler from Franklin, Daniel Jansen from DePaul, Hunter Matthews from Greenville, Armand Williams from Webster, Garrett Elkins from DePaul, Dylan Webster from Greenville, and Kyle Brownell from Rose-Hulman. Those are your competitors in the high jump. For women's high jump, and they had the conclusion of those, in first place was Anna Beth Vansell from Greencastle. Layla Graham was in second place. She's from Greenville. Kaylin Barton from St. Mary the Woods is third. Evelyn Morales from St. Mary the Woods is fourth. Megan Corte from Rose-Hulman is fifth. Abby Hartman from DePaul is sixth. And again, Corte and Hartman tied for fifth. That means the seventh place would go to Jada Hunter Hayes from Rose-Hulman. So as I look at the hammer throws, those have not concluded yet. We'll look at the discus and see again as we load through these and see if we have some things at conclusion. It'll just take a little bit, and then all of a sudden they'll all be there. So again, several of these have not concluded. There are a lot of the field events still going on. And sometimes it takes a little bit longer simply because the field events have some athletes that are also the sprinters, like the long jumpers and high jumpers tend to be the sprinters, and they'll do multiple events.
Didn't quite have his steps there. You know, you can see the kind of the disappointment on his face. He'll get the next one.
Again, we're sure glad you joined us here at Rose-Hulman on our track and field Twilight Invitational. And here comes the 400 meters. Geppert in lane 1, Kagan from DePaul in lane 2, Peterson from Rose-Hulman lane 3, Owens from Greenville's in lane 4. Illinois College's Oakley is in lane 5. Barnes from Webster in lane 6. Dessenberg from Franklin lane 7. And Coleman from Greenville in lane 8. And they're coming around the corner. And you can see lane 4 is Owen as she's staggering down there. Oakley is closing the gap. Can she catch her? As they head all the way through, and what a race by Owens. That's the gutsiest race you're going to see today as she just continued to go, even though she could tell she was really spent on that one. She comes in with a 1 minute .74 time, and that's very close to her seed time, but a little bit slower as you see the results of this one. And again, race 1, the section 1 of the time finals. And then section 2 will come up here in just a moment as Diana Stern from Rose-Hulman, Joy Anici from Principia, and Kelly Brock from Hanover will be in this second heat. Again, that second heat. So we'll see what the finals are of this. Again, they're timed, so if any of the three runners in this second section would beat the time of the runners in the first section, they will gain that point and position for the meet. Very solid 400-meter run.
Absolutely.
And they're getting the second section ready to go.
You know, it's a little earlier than I thought for that first, and the second is underway. But then you hear, all of a sudden, you hear the starter pistol, and you're like, oh yeah, there we go. They're coming around the track.
And it appears to be a couple scratches in this one as well, so there's only one real runner in this one. And it is Diana Stern from Rose-Hulman. And again, she will have to defeat the time of a runner in that first section to gain a point in the meet.
And it's got to be a different feel. You know, usually you're out there with others competing against you or practice. And then to be there, you know, alone, it's got to be a different feel. But still, you know, you focus on what you have to do, whether there's 3 people on the track or 1 or 2. So,
and she's cruising right down that front lane. We'll see if she can finish strong. And I would assume the men's race will take place very quickly after this, and they'll get it set and get it going.
Right. You see, on the jumbotron, they have the time already, you know, listed, the preliminary time there. So,
and we'll see if she would defeat the 8th or 7th runner in that first section. High jump is continuing on, and again, we'll make sure you get to see some of those. The men's 400 meters up next in section 1, and that is the fastest section. In lane 1 is James McMims from Greenville. Lane 2, Xavier Rahi from St. Mary the Woods. Lane 3 is Junior Barraza from Principia. Lane 4 is Nana Korateng from Principia. Lane 5, Noel Andino from Greenville. Lane 6 is Josiah Douglas from St. Mary the Woods. Lane 7 is James Evans from Hanover. And lane 8 is Joshua Clark from Webster. 3 sections of the 400. As the men prepare to start this 400. We'll check back and see again. It won't take very long. The women's race has concluded. And again, the winner of the first section, Owens from Greenville, is first. Oakley from Illinois College second. Peterson from Rose-Hulman third. Barnes from Webster is fourth. Kagan from DePaul is fifth. Desenberg from Franklin sixth. Geppert from Greenville seventh. And Coleman from Greenville was eighth in the women's 400-meter dash. First section of the men's race. McMims from Greenville is in lane 1. Rahi from St. Mary the Woods, lane 2. Barraza from Principia, lane 3. Korantang from Principia, lane 4. Andino from Greenville, lane 5. Douglas from St. Mary the Woods, lane 6. Evans from Hanover, lane 7. And Clark from Webster is in lane 8. as the runners have had their run-outs, making sure they're ready to go. And you can see the starter in the top left-hand side of your screen. And he's called runners to their marks. It appears lane 7 is empty. So we have a scratch on lane 7, and that's James Evans from Hanover will not be running in the race.
Always want a clean start.
Rahi of St. Mary the Woods appears. Nope, he's still there. Yep, just missed him in it. And here they come around that first turn.
Fifth place, Alexis Cady DePaul. Fourth place, Micah Barnes Webster. Third place, Emily Peterson.
Good run.
Second place, Brooke Oakley, Illinois College. And in first place with a time of
And you'll be able to see once they hit this straightaway on the backside who's run those corners very well.
Like Rahi's in good position here.
It's a tight race. Appears to be lane 8 is Clark from Webster.
That closing speed.
Very nice run by Clark of Webster. And we'll see the official here. It's Clark of Webster with a 50.02. Wow. What a flying run. Great run by Clark. And Dino is second. And again, you'll see the finish is right there. Again, 1 point is up for grab, and it can come from anywhere because that first section is there.
With that 50.02, that's a strong time. When you look at his seed time, exceeding his seed time by over 2 seconds.
What a tremendous run.
Yes.
Section 2, the timed finals. In lane 1 is Peyton Rubel from Franklin. Lane 2 is Jake Oostman from Wabash. Lane 3 is Jordan Paternal from Greenville. Lane 4, Drew Magaha from Franklin. Lane 5 is Luke Paddock from Franklin. In lane 6, Jonathan Rogers of Rose-Hulman. Lane 7 is Gavin Followell of Hanover. And in lane 8, Henry Davidson of Franklin. Again, there are 3 sections for these there are 4 sections of the 400. The final section will have 4 runners in it. So a lot of 400 runners here.
Yeah.
4 sections, and everybody's trying to see if they can lower their time. And Joshua Clark from Webster really did cut 2 seconds off of his time from what he turned in as a seed.
Yeah, that's really, when it counts, you put a little extra there, and your training has been there. Just love to see it pay off.
And they're set. Solid start, and here they go. Coming down the back stretch.
I'm thinking you hear a chance of Drew, maybe? It's definitely not a boo, so I'm guessing maybe it's a Drew.
There's a Drew in the middle.
That's right.
And it appears to be Magaha with that push around the corner.
Kind of that upright running style.
And it is in lane 4, Drew Magaha pushing out with a good lead.
Yep.
But we'll see again what his time is. It's not about who you beat, it's actually the time. And right now, 2 Franklin runners appear to be winning in first and second place of this section. and we'll see what their times were. Again, times are the most important part.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And you get to see those on the giant screen. The third largest screen in Division III athletics is here. And again, you can see Pat and Cindy Noyes, who had the donation, and really creates, that is a very large screen for this stadium. They're very proud of that.
As it should be.
And we'll see. It should come up any moment now.
You know, they say a watched pot never boils.
That's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll go on to Section 3 and kind of give you the lineup there. Fabian Dumornay from Greenville's in Lane 1. Zachary Davenport of Anderson is in Lane 2. Sam Baker of Webster, Lane 3. Josh Manfred of Wabash, Lane 4. David Sieg of Franklin, Lane 5. Raymond Cassius of Illinois College, Lane 6. Aaron Rodriguez of Illinois College, Lane 7. And Ethan Hurt of Wabash is in Lane 8. And we will go ahead and run these. They have not posted those times. Those times have not come up yet. So, again, we're ready for Section 3 of the men's 400 meters.
Ethan Hurt getting all set there, as you see right there, front and center of your screen from Wabash. Right there in Lane 8.
It does not appear we have a runner in Lane 3, which would be Sam Baker of Webster is not running in this race. Guns up, they're set. And in Lane 1, there's not a runner either, so Fabian Dumornay from Greenville is not. So just a couple runners that were scratched in this one, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, I tell you, Hurt is out strong, isn't he?
Hurt went for all the marbles here at the beginning.
See what he's got.
We'll see if he can gut it out all the way through, because he is way, way ahead.
Yes, he is.
And again, it's all about time. Hurt is running hard down that front stretch, and we'll see if he can keep his pace, because he's really going.
Nobody closed on him an inch, it seemed like.
And Hurt goes very hard. Lane 2, that's Davenport from Anderson. Appears to be in, or excuse me, yeah, it's Hurt and Davenport. Again, Hurt with a 52:23.
That's a good time.
That's a lot less. He didn't have a time. That's the other thing. He was not timed. That's why they put him at that point.
You know, you're looking at, you already had a 50 in the first heat, almost a 50 flat. In the second place, I was 50.8 something. And so when you kind of pull that all together, and we'll see the results here momentarily.
In Section 4, in Lane 3, Seth Acero from Wabash is in Lane 3. Zach Proctor from Principia, Lane 4. Jordan Carter from Wabash, Lane 5. And Devin Jimenez from Wabash is in Lane 6. So as they remove the starting blocks they don't need to see, we'll see see how many of these guys come in. And again, once those times are all made in all 4 of the sections, then we'll see what placing everyone has off the times that they ran. Pretty good leap, got over that one, and you better get off that mat in a hurry.
Yeah, that's right.
It's going around pretty good. Section 4 of the 400 meters, and the runners are close to getting prepared here, and they climb in. They're on their marks. Acero from Wabash in lane 3. Proctor from Principia, lane 4. Carter from Wabash in lane 5. Jimenez from Wabash in lane 6. And again, no times recorded for any of these runners, so somebody could have a great time.
That's right.
And win this whole thing.
Well, there's a great time out there, to be had. And lane 5, he's really motoring through the first 200.
Jordan Carter is in lane 5. We'll see what he can do because he is way ahead of the competition. Again, he was not timed, so he's not put in a seed where he's going to be able to compete. This is all straight out.
Yep.
And here he comes down that front stretch.
Kind of fading a little bit there.
Jimenez starting to catch him, as well as Acero. They're all running hard, and we'll see what the time was.
Look like somewhere around that 52, 53. Oh, 54. Okay.
54.33. And again, those aren't going to give placing to him, but another good effort.
Yeah, hard run.
And what's going on? We'll go to the women's 100-meter dash, and that'll be our next event. 3 sections of the 100 meters. And that should happen at about 7:05 is what they say. So we got about 6 or 7 minutes probably before they get started, unless they're going to try to do this in just a little bit early. Let's take a short break, and we'll be right back with more action here on Indiana Sports Network.
Grace Clinic Health Professional. Affordable, compassionate, comprehensive healthcare for the whole family. In Terre Haute and Greencastle.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools.
We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstadter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
At Great Dane, we are proud to invest in our people and the communities we call home. We are hiring now for trailer assemblers and welders across the country. We need the makers, people who are ready to make a difference. We need you. Build something bigger for yourself and your family with great health benefits, advancement opportunities, 401k, pension, and more. Apply today at greatdane.com/careers.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
And welcome back to the Rose-Hulman 2023 Track and Field Twilight Invitational. As you're watching some of our competitors in the high jump, and just couldn't get over that one. Next up for the races will be the women's 100 meters. As the runners are congregating, I'll read off the list. There will be sections 1, 2, and 3 in the women's 100 meter dash. In the first section of the women's 100, it'll be Alexis Sager from Greenville. Lane 2 is Jocelyn Fritz of Greenville. Lane 3 is Savannah Lewis of St. Mary the Woods. Lane 4 is Aaliyah Martin from Hanover. Lane 5, Katrina Augustin from Rose-Hulman. Lane 6 is Hope McGuire of St. Mary the Woods. Lane 7, Alyssa Winterstein of St. Mary the Woods. And Lane 8, J.C. Stone of St. Mary the Woods.
Jordan Paternal, Greenville. Fourth place, Winston Rose-Hulman. Third place, Sebastian Hugh, Rose-Hulman. Second place, Luke Frey, St. Mary of the Woods. And first place from Rose-Hulman with a mark of 21 feet 2 inches is Timothy Yount.
Again, the long jump recorded. Yount from Rose-Hulman wins it. Fry from St. Mary the Woods in second. Hughes from Rose-Hulman in third. Amankwa from Rose-Hulman in fourth. Paternal from Greenville in fifth. Baker of Franklin in sixth. Seventh place is Kunis of Rose-Hulman, and eighth place is Grossbeck of Rose-Hulman.
And fifth place, Xavier Ray from St. Mary of the Woods. Fourth place, Nana Corentang, Principia. Third place, Junior Barraza, Principia. Second place, Noel Andino, Greenville. And in first place with a time of 50.02 seconds, Joshua Clark from Webster.
Again, that was the men's 400-meter dash results. Clark from Webster wins it. Andino from Greenville second. Barraza from Principia third. Corentang from Principia fourth. Fifth place is Rahay from St. Mary the Woods. Sixth place is McMinns from Greenville. Seventh place is Douglas, St. Mary the Woods. And Ethan Hurt, who we watched win the Section 3 from Wabash, ends up in eighth place. And they're getting in their runouts, and the women's 100-meter getting ready to get that one moving as well. 3 sections of the women's 100 meters, 3 different sections. Also based on time. Sager of Greenville, lane 1. Fritz of Greenville, lane 2. Lewis, St. Mary the Woods, lane 3. Martin of Hanover in lane 4. Augustin of Rose-Hulman in lane 5. McGuire of St. Mary the Woods, lane 6. Winterstein, St. Mary the Woods, lane 7. Stone, St. Mary the Woods, lane 8. Tell you what, I went to a track meet last night, and talk about wind aided and wind inhibited.
Yeah.
The hundreds were wind aided. They were flying.
I believe that.
But when you ran anything down that back stretch, it was the most brutal thing I've ever seen. There must have been 35-mile-an-hour winds hitting you right in the face.
Right.
It went from south to north, and it was blowing.
You know, that's the thing about these outdoor events. You know, when you have that wind, you have to think about that. And I know that kind of, you know, some different runners that are expecting certain times, they have to know that would, you know, for your, you know, anything other than your 100s, basically are going to be impacted by that wind. And so you just have to know and say, oh, okay, my time is just not going to be this.
And believe it or not, we didn't get through it. We only got through about a third of the meet. We'll have to go back on Thursday and redo it. So a lot of fun.
Sounds like fun, yeah.
It's just the way it works in the spring.
Yeah.
We've seen it with everything from baseball to other sports. Fall has the same issues with football and with soccer. So just part of the way it works. And again, they're still warming up, getting ready for that women's 100. That's the race that we will show you next when we see things here. And after the 7 events recorded in women, Greenville leads with an 80 points. DePaul is second with 45.5. And again, this is women's rankings. St. Mary the Woods is third with 44. Rose-Hulman fourth with 40.5. Illinois College fifth with 13. Principia with 8. Webster 5. Franklin 3. And Hanover with 2 points. For the men, after 9 events, it's Rose-Hulman with 67, DePaul 43, Greenville 41, Wabash 40, Webster 36, Illinois College 32, Principia 31, St. Mary the Woods 31, Hanover with 12, and Franklin with 9. And here we're ready for the women's 100 meters. And a clean start. In the middle, it appears to be Hanover with the lead as Zalia Martin. Looks like she takes that race. We'll see what it looks like here off the official. And they're going to say it's McGuire of St. Mary the Woods with the win at 12.6. Martin comes in second, 1/100th behind her.
Wow.
So again, one of those races where you know it's photo finish. What a tremendous race. And a great opportunity right there. Again, these will be timed, and so it doesn't really mean anything. McGuire, which lined up in lane 6.
She was motoring, too. I mean, you could just see she was motoring.
A great race for St. Mary the Woods as they have some sprinters.
Yes, they do. You know, Zalia Martin last year in the indoors, I believe it was, had a really strong meet from Hanover, and was kind of looking at her to see what she would do in this heat, and I wasn't able to take it. But boy, St. Mary the Boys, like you mentioned, a strong showing with 4 runners in this first heat.
Section 2, lane 1, it's Grace Truax from DePaul. Lane 2, Finesse Jones from Illinois College. Lane 3, Asada Kamara from Webster in lane 3. Alex Adams from Rose-Hulman in lane 4. Katie McKinley from DePaul in lane 5. Marissa Steinfuntz Lewis from Illinois College in lane 6. Kiana Patton from Webster in lane 7. Ronatica Dixon from Illinois College in lane 8. And again, we expect these to go very quickly. Once they get everything set, they'll get these going. Again, section 2, just a little bit slower than the seed times for section 1, but what a tremendous race we had in that first one with McGuire and Martin going 1/100th of a second in difference.
Yeah, it was a tremendous race there.
Really flying through. And they're getting ready. It does not appear there's a runner in lane 3, and that would be Asada Kamara from Webster. It does not appear that she's going to be running in this race. So they're getting ready. Set. And they're off. It appears to be Alex Adams taking that one. And we'll see what the times they have on this one as well. Adams with 13.17. And believe it or not, that was her seed time coming into this one.
How about that?
I'd say that's about as good as you're going to get.
Yeah, stay consistent there. And obviously, we kind of joked there, which I know she would want to improve that time. But you stay right there. That's not bad.
Again, Kamara and Patton did not run in Section 2. Section 3. In Lane 2 will be Sophie Baer from Rose-Hulman. Lane 3, Megan Deaton of Rose-Hulman. Lane 4 is Veronica Meredith from DePaul. Lane 5, Madison Welch of DePaul. Lane 6, Leslie Amocado from Principia. And Lane 7 is Jada Smith from DePaul. As they'll set up and get ready for this 100-meter Section 3 of the women's finals. In the men's finals, again, there will be 5 sections of the men's finals. 5 sections.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And again, we expect those to move very quickly as well. Again, looking at these, at the women's race here, it's Sophie Baer in lane 2, Megan Deaton lane 3, Veronica Meredith lane 4, Madison Welch lane 5, Leslie Amocado in lane 6, and Jada Smith in lane 7. Smith appears to be in the lead.
Yeah, maybe.
As she cruises through that one.
Yeah.
Now, Jada Smith did not have a time
right.
coming in.
That's why I chuckled.
Because she was way ahead of the competition in that one. 13.38, and we'll see how close that is to actually placing her overall in this one. And when those are posted, we will let you know exactly what happens in that overall as far as points. Again, Jada Smith with a tremendous race there, but she was not timed coming in on a seed, and therefore she wasn't placed in that first group. 13.38 for Smith in this one. The men's 100 meters will be next, and this is the one I personally want to see because, I mean, there's some great speed in here for Division III athletes. They can run.
Yes.
And some of the nation's best are here.
You know, it's interesting because I think I would imagine that there will be a few that, several, we'll say probably several that break their seed time or best their seed time. I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No. And the only reason is because the guys that we're watching have already run in several races. And so those seed times are pretty factual. And even at that time, again, the lowest seed time in this one, 10.45, which was one of the fastest in the country in Division III.
Right.
So I don't think you're going to get a lot better time than those just because he's run several races already this year.
Not at that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
A lot of the 11 4s, 11 5s.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that's what I was looking at. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of them break their seed time.
Yeah.
Not necessarily at the high end was what I was not really referring to.
Because these guys can all run.
Right.
And if you look at it, the 8 runners in this one, 6 of them are sub 1100 meters. Mm-hmm. So in Division III, that's quite a feat. These guys can run. Let's take a look at this first section. as you're watching them warm up. In lane 1 is Prescott Brackett from Rose-Hulman. In lane 2, Ayatunde Laleye from DePaul. Lane 3, Grant Hunt of DePaul. Lane 4 is Jalen Hobbs of Rose-Hulman. Lane 5, Elijah Perez from Webster. Lane 6, Cortland Harris from Greenville. Lane 7, Jack Douglas from Illinois College. And in lane 8, Zachary Roberts from Franklin. Again, the speed in the races is usually between lanes 3, 4, and 5. Those are the guys that usually are the higher seeds, and they are in this one. Jalen Hobbs comes in with a 10.45 seeded 100-meter times, one of the best in the country this year. And Hobbs was an all-district wide receiver here at Rose-Hulman. He's in lane 4.
Clean starts.
Very clean start. Hobbs with the lead, and Hobbs is flying down the track. We'll see. Maybe he does break that time.
No.
Not quite.
Perez is right there on his heels. Boy, I tell you.
10.8 for Hobbs. Perez with a 10.86. Solid run, but Hobbs appeared a little hobbled at the end, so we'll see what happens to him later on. Again, Hobbs appears to win that with a 10.8. It's Hobbs, Perez, Hunt, 1, 2, 3. Douglas, Laleye, and Harris. But again, none of these matter until all the seeds have gone through, all the sections have gone through.
I kind of wish they would do them in reverse order, to be honest with you.
I know, but that's not the way they're doing it here.
Yeah, I know, but it just build to the drama.
Section 2 is Tice Miller from Rose-Hulman. In lane 1, Andre Moore from Anderson, lane 2, Eric Perkins, Hanover, lane 3, Colin O'Malley, DePaul, lane 4, Ricky Alsum, DePaul, lane 5, Stephen Abunchen, Webster, lane 6, Jack Cox from Rose-Hulman, lane 7, and Christian Troop from DePaul in lane 8. All of these runners run from between an 11.11 to an 11.23. So this should be a great race if you want to see a tight photo finish. That's what we should have here.
That's right.
Everybody should be almost even. The second section of the timed finals. And again, the time to beat for number 1 is 10.8. So literally, these should be a step or two apart from each other all the way down the track. Runners are on their marks. They're set. Another clean start, and here they go. And they are all close, within about 2 steps. And with that, 11.18. Akabon. Miller is in second. And you can look at these. They are very, very close in times.
Fourth place, J.C. Stone, St. Mary of the Woods. Third place, Katrina Augusta in Rose-Hulman. Second place,
And we'll get ready for the third section of time finals.
With a 12.60, Hope McGuire of St. Mary of the Woods.
Section 3 of the time finals. In Lane 1, Kyle Brownell from Rose-Hulman. Lane 2, Donovan Wright of St. Mary the Woods. Lane 3, Noel Adino from Greenville. Lane 4, Ahmad Benford from St. Mary the Woods. Lane 5, Layden Adair from Greenville. From Hanover. Lane 6 is Malik Grant from Greenville. Lane 7, Paul Garrett from Greenville. And Lane 8, Miles Weddington. And the time of these runners, the seated time, 11.27 to 11.55.
All Ladino did is finish second in the 400 just a few short moments ago, and here he is in Section 3 of the time finals in the 100. So, hey.
You never know.
He's warm. Does he have anything in the tank?
Well, in the 100 meters, he's going to have enough in the tank. It's just whether he's got everything loose.
Yeah, of course he has enough in the tank to finish it, but does he have enough to make a push out of this, section to kind of creep up into contention?
Again, the third section of these time trials. I want to thank our sponsors for just their sponsorship for tonight. Great Dane, the Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Riddell National Bank, Ryan Luce State Farm Insurance, Mossy Oak, Surf Pro, and York Automotive. Runners are on their marks. They're set. And another clean start. And a pretty good run in lane 4, Amon Benford. We'll see what his time is here as it shows up on at Benford with an 11.34. Adair 11.54. So not quite as good as their seed times, but still very close.
Benford would have been, I think, he would have been around third in the last section.
Yeah.
Second or third in that last section. So I think the second might have been right around that 11.3.
Mm-hmm. Fourth section of time finals. And lane 1 is Bryce Chen from Rose-Hulman. Lane 2, Mark Holmes from DePaul. Lane 3, Jabril Salako from St. Mary the Woods. Lane 4, Winston Amankwa from Rose-Hulman. Lane 5, Walence Exume from Greenville. Lane 6, Ryan Schmidt from Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Jason Brown of Franklin. And in lane 8, Jaron Patterson from St. Mary the Woods.
The fourth section of the time finals of the men's 100. Always an exciting race when you look at the 100. When you look at a lot of these track meets, track events, everything is magnified, but maybe none more than the one. Your technique has to be spot on to really do something in the 100. Can't make many mistakes. Come out of the block. Obviously you can't false start, but I'm just saying once you're out cleanly, your form has got to be spot on. Everything magnified.
They're set, and here they come. In the middle, Amankwa seems to be the man in the lead.
And a nice dip by Amon Quad. Yeah.
And an 11.49.
Yeah.
So again, he's up in that.
In all three, those are good times. 11.49 all the way to Sulaco at 11.47. You know, we're seeing some good times. This the final. You know, when the results come out, it's going to be interesting. Not necessarily, you know, at the top, but watching the times from top to bottom, it's going to be a jumbled mess, like as it is with the seed times. So it's going to be interesting, guys. You know, seeing where they fall in the number of entrants.
And Section 5 of the time finals, here we go. In Lane 1 will be Cameron Dorsey of Rose-Hulman. Lane 2, Sheng Lang Yang from Rose-Hulman. And Lane 3 is Josh Schrock from Rose-Hulman. Lane 4, Alex Galanti from Hanover. Lane 5, John Demakis from Rose-Hulman. Lane 6, Josh Kusinglos from DePaul. Lane 7, Caden Klein of Webster. And in Lane 8, Sebastian Hughes of Rose-Hulman.
If you hear me chuckling, it's because Lane 8 gets out strong with that, having no time. You just never know what you're going to get, right?
Lane 8 and Lane 1, no time.
You just never know.
And again, we're moving quite quickly along here. The next race after the 100 meters is the 800-meter run, and it's supposed to start at about 7:30, and we're right on time. Again. And we're going to see here. It appears lane 6 will be open. So a DePaul runner is not running in lane 6. And in lane 1, Cameron Dorsey for Rose-Hulman is not in this one. Lane 8 does not have one either. Appears to be Schrock running very well in lane 3. And we'll see what those times were as well. 12.13 for Schrock, so he lowers his by quite a substantial amount.
Yeah.
Again, all those races looked very good. Next up, as far as racing, will be the women's 800-meter run. Again, you'll see the results of this Section 5 time finals, where it's Schrock, Galanti, and again, you can see all of those in order.
If 100 is a dash and 800, 400, things of that nature are a run, we got to come up with something better than the 5,000. We can't call that a run. I of course, I'm joking here, but I mean, we got to come up with a better term for. If you can't call 800 a run and 5,000 a run. We got to come up with another term here.
Well, next up is the 800-meter run. And again, the women will be up first. We'll have more where that comes from when we return for more action on Indiana Sports Network.
We were choosing colors for the house, and I stopped and looked at Mike and said, "We're really doing this, aren't we?" The process was challenging, but Riddell was there for us every step of the way. The mortgage, closing, they eased our stress. It made sense when Mike said,
"We're really doing this."
Mortgage loans made easy from Riddell. Making friends since 1885.
I'm Ryan Luce with State Farm in Clinton, Indiana.
We're here to help life go right for you and your family.
Our team takes pride in helping families in the Wabash Valley with all of their insurance and financial needs.
We are here to make your claims process simple, like a good neighbor.
At ServPro, we offer cleaning services, including the removal of biohazard containments. We have the specialized training and products to get your property back to business. We are here to help get your business back to normal. ServPro in the Wabash Valley, here to help.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
We're the Browns.
And welcome back to Rose-Hulman for tonight's Track and Field Twilight Invitational. And we'll be ready for the 800 meters. And you can see they're turned on the lights. They've got lighted corners and the lighted finish line as they get ready for this one. Again, this race is going to start at approximately 7:30. So we've got just a couple minutes before this one goes. So we'll take a look. Here's the women's long jump as we'll go down through and look at some of the results of what's going on. And from the men's 100 meters, it goes like this. First place, Jalen Hobbs of Rose-Hulman. Second place, Elijah Perez of Webster. Third place is Grant Hunt of DePaul. Fourth place, Jack Douglas, Illinois College. Fifth place is Stephen Ackerman from Webster, and he's from the second heat. Sixth place is Ayatunda Lele from DePaul. Seventh place is Cortland Harris from Greenville. And eighth place is Tice Miller from Rose-Hulman. And Tice Miller was in Section 2 as well.
Yeah. Ahmad Benford, we talked about him from St. Mary the Woods, just barely missing out on getting a point for St. Mary the Woods. Benford was in Heat 3. We talked about how strong he ran. Just couldn't quite crack the top 8, but came so close, along with Colin O'Malley from DePaul was extremely close from Heat 2.
And with that, after 10 events, Rose-Hulman with 78 points, DePaul 52, Webster with 48, Greenville 43, Wabash 40, Illinois College 37, Principia 31 is tied with St. Mary of the Woods for 7th place right now. Hanover with 12 and Franklin with 9 points. And the women, again, after the 100 meters, with 8 events scored, Greenville leads with 83. St. Mary of the Woods is second with 64. Rose-Hulman third with 48.5. And DePaul with 45.5 are 1 through 4 in the team.
Stephen Aubuchon, Webster. Fourth, Jack Douglas of Illinois College. Third, Grant Hunt of DePaul.
So another, again, things keep moving along here. We'll see if we have some other events that we can score in this one as well. Still throwing the hammer throws, so we don't have anything to report there. And the discus appears to be still going on.
You know, while we're between events, it takes so much when you host an invitational or a school is able to host conference championships. It takes so much to put on the event, and so many students here from Rose-Hulman, helping to make this go smoothly. You see right there in the track pit, after every jump, you have to have students to rake, kind of like, me having to rake when I hit it out of a bunker on some golf course. But you need those students, and whether it be students to pick up blocks on the track or so many other things. You have these volunteers, so a big kudos to the volunteers that help. And there's not just students from Rose-Hulman, but you have other volunteers and staff members that help to put on an event like this. And so it's always very nice when you have kind of all hands on deck for something like this, and of course it being senior night here at Rose-Hulman with track and field, and so many participants, the seniors that are being able to finish out their careers. Not finished out their careers tonight, but finished out their careers this year. Let me make sure I clean that one up, that nobody thinks this is it. There's more to be had here for the track and field programs and for all these schools.
Dylan Webster from Greenville.
And if you didn't hear the men's high jump, it went like this. Dylan Webster wins it from Greenville with a 6'8" and 3/4 inch jump. He cleared it. Kyle Brownell from Rose-Hulman in second. Daniel Jansen from DePaul in third. Hunter Matthews from Greenville in fourth. Garrett Elkins from DePaul in fifth. Lawrence Harris from Greenville in sixth. Stuart Anker from Wabash and James Cons tied for seventh. And that's why we had this split of 1.5 points. And that's just kind of the way it worked. Again, they win simply because of jumps and lack of missing. Evan Manges from DePaul also cleared 5'8" and 3/4, but he had too many misses in between. The others, which were Anker and Kunis from Wabash and Rose-Hulman, tied because they can't separate them off of their misses. And again, the women's long jump continues to go.
And you see beside the long jump some men getting ready for their triple jump as they're kind of preparing, getting their steps down as the women are actually competing in the long jump.
And we're ready for the time finals of the women's 800-meter run. Lane 1, Olivia Mansfield from Greenville. Lane 2, Annalise Grammel from DePaul. Lane 3, Amber Lee Sorensen from Hanover. Lane 4, Emma Jacobs of DePaul. Lane 5, Abigail Coyle from St. Mary the Woods. Lane 6 is Rachel Delancey of DePaul. Lane 7, Haley Makowski of Franklin. Lane 8 is Nora Swinigan from Greenville. And they will run those in alleys instead of lanes. So as they settle in, and again, you can see the runners. You're able to have a watch on. And when you break out fast enough, you're like, whoa, is that where I wanted to be?
Amberly Sorensen from Hanover out.
And she slows her pace down. Yep. You could just see it happen right there. Sorensen, Grammel, and Mansfield in that order as they take that final bell lap. In the 800-meter run, there are 3 sections.
You just love to see on the infield of the track, teammates and coaches. You know, the applause, the inspiration that is being given. That's one of the things I love to see about track and field.
Sorensen forcing Grammel to go ahead and take the outside.
Yep.
Grammel now cuts to the inside. Has to have space, but Sorensen overtakes her down the stretch, and here they come. Right down in front, and it's an all-out sprint to see if you can get there. And Anna Elise Grammel appears to be holding off Amber Lee Sorensen for that first place in Section 1.
You know, Sorensen was trying to make that final move after Grammel got in front, and Grammel kind of squeezed that inside just enough so that Sorensen wouldn't have enough room, and she kind of had to break her stride just a hair, and that gave Grammel enough to just kind of keep on motoring and get that win in the heat.
2:20 was the winning time, and 2:20.61 to be exact. And again, in Section 2, the fastest seated time was 2:31. And that leads us to the second section. Lane 1, Vanessa Compton of Greenville. Lane 2 is Angelina Gregory of Franklin. Lane 3, Brooklyn McKee of Greenville. Lane 4, Hannah Whitney of Hanover. Lane 5 is Ashley Orick of Illinois College. Lane 6 is Kayla Correa of St. Mary the Woods. Lane 7, Emma Litzelman from Hanover. Lane 8, Megan Bartz of Webster. And in the 9th position would be Lee Brown from Greenville. And they're off here in second section of the time trials. Again, the time to actually beat is 2 minutes and 20 seconds, but if you can erase somebody off of that first section, you want to get that time down and see if you can pick up points for your team on this one. And it's a pretty good race right now. It appears Vanessa Compton of Greenville is in the lead. It could also be Brooklyn McKee, as they are both rounding in first and second place here and rounding the third and fourth corner. Angelina Gregory is right with them, and those are the top 3 times off of their seeded times. And we're looking for a pretty good race on this one as well. And the bell has sounded. And Angelina Gregory has made her move into the front. Running down that back stretch.
This is going to be an interesting finish, Herb. These last 200 are going to be awfully interesting.
And St. Mary the Woods runner.
That's right.
Kayla Corrier.
Yeah, her coach was on the screen a moment ago, kind of giving her inspiration. So,
and around that fourth turn, and here they come.
Let's see if Corrier's got a kick here. No, it doesn't look like it.
And you can see they're all giving it everything they've got on these.
Yes, they are. Wow.
What a huge effort on that one.
Absolutely. Just the ladies just gassed. You could just see that push, that last, 150, 125 meters that they just really, really pushed. It just.
Winner of the race was Compton, Vanessa Compton, and she lowered her best time by about 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds. .228.72 was what Compton crossed the line, and we'll go to Section 3.
Yeah, you mentioned quickly. You mentioned besting your time, Corrier. Same thing, about 3 seconds left, less than her seed time. So some lady is doing a good job, and just leaving it all out there.
Section 3 in Lane 1, Gina Richards from Principia. Patricia Henney of St. Mary the Woods is second. Elise Wilson from Hanover. Olivia Troush from St. Mary the Woods, Wynn Wellington from Franklin, Bailey Duncan of Franklin, Caitlin Braun of St. Mary the Woods, Elena Tessman of Principia, and Haley Hill of Principia.
And there we go. Quickly, once again.
Again, they're running in alleys until they hit the actual start line on the opposite side, and they'll have those marked. And there they're marked. You can see the pylons there. As soon as you cross those, you can stay in your lane until you get to them. As soon as you cross those, you want to angle all the way to the far corner. And it appears Patricia Henney is in the lead right now and has a pretty good pace going.
Yeah, she does have a good pace going.
And again, she would have to best her time by about 18 seconds to win the race. But she's really pushing.
Mm-hmm.
She came in with a 2:38.84 as her seed time.
Her pace right now is well above that. Of course, you got to do that for 800 meters, and so the same pace, and that's a tough thing to do. But it'll be interesting to watch her in her final lap here, what she's able to do, and with the lead that she has, and also with her pace, trying to race against herself. I know she would love to be that 2:38. And really, when you look at her form, and I hate to use the term effortless, but it's not like she is struggling with her form. So that bodes well to maybe keeping up that pace and finishing strong.
And we all know the struggle occurs right now.
Yes.
When you hit that third and fourth turn.
But comparing her with a couple of the young ladies from the last heat, the form is a little different. And so we'll see as that lead is starting to diminish just a little bit.
And here comes the kick. We're going to see if she's got a good kick because she's going to need it.
Mm-hmm. Who is that coming up behind her?
Franklin runner is closing in very quickly.
Bailey Duncan.
And that's probably going to help her.
Yeah. Yep.
And she overtakes her.
Yeah, she did.
Right before the finish line and will win the heat.
The good thing about that is that she did beat her time. That's the good thing.
So Wellington betters her time by almost 10 seconds.
That's awesome.
So she betters her time by almost 10 seconds from what was turned in earlier. Patricia Henney, with another good race.
Yeah, best her time about 3 seconds.
Yeah. So again, you'll see the finish here. It's Wellington, Henney, and Wilson. And again, all of those will be measured for time. We're ready to go to the men's 800-meter run, Section 1 of their timed finals. There will be 12 runners in this Section 1. Joe Gomez from Greenville will be in there. Caleb Carlson from Greenville. Kaylin Triggs from Webster. Nana Corentang from Principia. Griffin O'Neill from DePaul. Matt Rowley from DePaul. Aslan Henderson, Rose-Hulman. Eli Cochran from Franklin. Jack Rutstein from DePaul. Isaiah Atkins from Greenville. Jalen France from Greenville. And Dylan Hussey from Principia. And again, they have to stay in their alleys. It's a 2-lane alley that as soon as they hit those cones at the far side, and you'll see them right there, they can make the cut in. And they do.
The results are in for the women's 800-meter run.
Atkins and France made a hard cut to the middle, and Greenville runners are 1, 2, and 3 here in the 800, and we'll see if they can keep that pace. And it's not surprising that one of the Greenville runners sets the pace. It doesn't mean he's necessarily going to win. Sometimes someone will set the pace only to make sure everybody knows what that pace is, and he'll ultimately be the rabbit, and someone will be chasing him down. And there's the bell. 1 lap to go. Greenville 1, 2, and 3 in this race. It appears to be Joe Gomez, who has a 155 seed for this one, has taken the lead, but we're seeing a lot of push now, and here they come. Right down that back stretch.
To see some jostling for position here.
It appears to be Carlson has taken over. Caleb Carlson. Gomez fading a little bit. And there's another runner up in here.
Strong.
What a tremendous kick down the stretch.
Good grief. Can he keep it up?
And he may pop this one on 50. They're right there, and it was right on it.
Yeah.
So again, the race where you end up with somebody way ahead doesn't quite work. It's Rowley from DePaul. Rowley wins. Corentang from Principia second. Carlson from Greenville is third.
Well, Rowley just nipped him at the literally the last few steps.
Matt Rowley, who came in with a 159, and he dropped that by a couple seconds on this. That's a pretty good run for him, dropping that 156, and he came in with 159, so over 2 second drop just because of the competitive advantage that he has in this one. What a great finish. Section 2 of the time finals, here we go. 1, Jeremiah Perry from Greenville. Osvaldo Espinoza from Greenville. Aiden Macklid from Wabash. Rex Heath from Principia. Nate Saketa from DePaul. Bailey Scott from DePaul. Elin Varhan from Rose-Hulman. Gerardo Alarcon from Greenville. Joey Wenke from Greenville. Jacob Bailey from DePaul. R.J. Thalls from Hanover. And Nolan Hughes from Wabash. And again, you can see 3 runners in that lane, or in that lane ready to go. They run these again in an alley. An alley is 2 lanes wide, and they have 3 in each of those alleys, or they can put them in. This one has 12 runners assigned, and the Wabash runners that are attempting to go out very quickly on this one.
Nolan Hughes is really looking to try to set a pace here. Or was that Aiden Macklid? I apologize.
Well, I did not see where it came. Did it come from the outside or inside?
I really, that's why I second guessed myself. I'm like, did I see that right? I want to say that would be Macklin because he came from the inside.
And again, a very hard first lap, and that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the race.
Right.
Greenville runner now appears to be Espinoza, closing the gap in the front. And down that back stretch.
With the push. Oh, boy. Principia couldn't quite finish there.
And that runner went down. Yeah. We'll have trainers checking that out right away.
Boy, this is a fast pacer. This is a pretty fast
They're
pace.
really going out hard.
They're going out hard. Yep.
Again, you have a chance to get some points. And he is really pushing down that stretch, and I don't think he's going to slow down.
No, he's not. Macklin's pushing. Boy.
That is a huge run. Will he break that 2-minute mark? He's not going to break it, but he's close.
Barely.
He's right at about 2 minutes.
2:01. That was a good run.
They say 2 minutes and .43 is Macklin. So he dropped his time by about 2 seconds. And we'll see what that happens. Actually, 2.5 seconds. Again, Macklin with a great run. Espinoza had a very solid run, too. Espinoza comes in at 2:03. That's close to his time. His seed time was 2:02.
Heat 1. What do you remember? It was
Macklin was at 2:02.73. And again, he dropped it almost 2.5 seconds.
In Heat 1, do you remember what? It was right around 2.
But the last couple were off that 2-minute mark. So Macklin will move in and probably pick up points unless somebody in Section 3 can do the same thing. And here's the issue. All of the Wabash runners in Section 3 do not have times. So you're going to see another really interesting race.
Let's see it red.
Ty J. Laster is from Franklin is first up. Christian Gray from Webster. Nathan France from Wabash, Sawyer Stuckey from Wabash, Tyler Walls from Wabash, Howie Steele is from Wabash, Noah Villalon from Wabash, Christopher Royal from Wabash, Juan Delgado Vasquez from St. Mary the Woods, Will Lyons from Wabash, and Thomas Jovan from Wabash. All of those are in this Section 3, and they're off and running. Again, they stay in their alleys till they hit the cones, and there is a sea of red running this one.
Kind of like practice.
It is. It's like practice for points.
That's right.
Can you point? Can you get on the scoreboard?
This will be interesting race.
And I guarantee you these guys have run against each other before.
Oh my gosh.
So there's going to be some jockeying for position come towards the end of this one. Yeah, you can almost say Wabash is in the lead in the second and third and fourth because all these guys are going. And I kind of like this. If you're able to do this in a meet like this, it gives everybody that opportunity to see what they can actually do in a meet. And you're going to see their best effort. I guarantee you that.
Yep.
And I hate to tell you, I'm not going to be able to tell who it is. A lot of times we really look towards the uniform to see where they are and where they start from. But again, in this one, another hard run. And I know Wabash, that's one of the things they really have taken pride in for a long period of time. I'm saying 30 or 40 years is their distance. And even though this is intermediate, these guys are running. We're going to see their very best. Here they come around that third, and here comes the fourth turn, and here they go. And the Wabash men are cheering them on as they go down that front stretch, and here they go, sprinting all the way, giving everything they've got. Really tight race, a really good race in this one. And we'll see who ends up. That's a solid race. Steele at a 2:02.08. So 2:02, France with 2:02.18. And those would have been the top end of Section 2. Joven with 2:07, Walls 2:08 from Wabash. Again, Stuckey 2:14. And in a moment, we will see what the finish of order is. In the women's race, it was Grammel from DePaul taking first, Sorensen from Hanover in second, Olivia Mansfield from Greenville's third, Nora Swenigan from Greenville's fourth, Abigail Coyle from St. Mary the Woods is fifth, Haley Mikowski of Franklin is sixth, Vanessa Compton of Greenville is 7th. And again, Kayla Courier from St. Mary the Woods is 8th. The men's race in the 800 meters. And we'll see if they pull this one up pretty quick. This shouldn't be too bad. It's not up yet because they want to make sure everything is lined up, and it looks like they did it. Let's see if we got it. Nope, not yet. It's nice when you have these because we can actually look them up and give you the results, and when they become available. And we'll see. Here's our senior night presentation. We'll pause and let them talk this over here from Rose-Hulman.
I am. We have a total of 26 seniors on this Rose-Hulman team. Tonight's first senior is Katrina Augustin. Katrina is from Edwardsville, Illinois, is a mechanical engineering major, and after graduation will be a systems engineer for Raytheon Missiles and Defense in Tucson, Arizona. Ladies and gentlemen, Katrina Augustin. Our second senior is Winston Amankwa. Winston's a two-sport athlete in football and track, is a Columbus, Ohio native and mechanical engineering major, and after graduation will go to work at Delta Faucet in Indianapolis. Congratulations, Winston Amankwa. Our third senior is Sophie Bear. The St. Louis, Missouri native is an engineering design major and will go to work in systems security engineering for Raytheon Missiles and Defense in Tucson, Arizona after graduation. Congratulations, Sophie Bear. Our fourth senior is Prescott Brackett. The Louisville, Kentucky native is a biomedical engineering major and will be attending graduate school here at Rose-Hulman in the fall. Ladies and gentlemen, Prescott Brackett. Our next senior is Evan Brill. The Mooresville, Indiana native is a computer science and software engineering major, and after graduation will go to work at Epic Systems in Madison, Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, Evan Brill. Our next senior is Richard Brown. The Columbia, South Carolina native is a two-sport athlete in football and a mechanical engineering major. Richard Brown. Our next senior is Rose Burnham. The South Riding, Virginia native is a mechanical engineering major, and after graduation will go to work as a manufacturing engineer for ITW Drawform in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Ladies and gentlemen, Rose Burnham. Our next senior is Liz Cannon. The Moraga, California native is a physics and math major, assisting in the optical engineering department at the MIT Lincoln Laboratory in Boston after graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, Elizabeth Cannon. Our next senior is Desmond Dunson. The Conyers, Georgia native is a mechanical engineering major, and after graduation will go to work for Rockwell Collins in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Desmond Dunson. Our next senior is Ryan Foster. A Carmel, Indiana native and a mechanical engineering major. Ryan will go to work at Allison Transmission in Speedway, Indiana as a system validation engineer. Ryan Foster. Our next senior is Grace Hobson. The Hanover, Michigan native is a two-sport athlete in soccer and a biomedical engineering major. Grace Hobson. Our next senior is Ethan Jones. The Newburgh, Indiana native is a mechanical engineering major and will be a consulting engineer in the oil and gas industry upon graduation. A round of applause for Ethan Jones. Our next graduate is Lane Lawrence. The Ringgold, Georgia native is a mechanical engineering major and a two-sport athlete in soccer. Lane Lawrence. Our next senior is Avery Lumen. The Muncie, Indiana native is a mechanical engineering major and a two-sport athlete in basketball. Avery Lumen. Our next senior is Madison Linfelt. The Carmel, Indiana native is a mechanical engineering major and after graduation will go to work as a manufacturing engineer with Caterpillar in Pontiac, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, Madison Linfelt. Our next senior is Trevor Maynard. The Marshall, Illinois native is a mechanical engineering major and after graduation will go to work as a production engineer for North American Lighting in Paris, Illinois. Trevor Maynard. Our next senior is Logan McLaughlin. The River Falls, Wisconsin native and two-sports athlete in swimming is a civil engineering major and planning to go to work as a construction manager for Thompson Thrift in Indianapolis. Logan McLaughlin. Our next senior is Tice Miller. Another two-sport athlete with football, the Bargersville, Indiana native is a mechanical engineering major. A round of applause for Tice Miller. Our next senior is Brody Moore. The Mansfield, Ohio native is also a cheer team member and an engineering physics major and will graduate this spring. Ladies and gentlemen, Brody Moore. Our next senior is Emily Peterson. The Iona, Michigan native is a civil engineering graduate and will go to work at United Consulting Engineers in Indianapolis after graduation. A round of applause for Emily Peterson. Our next senior is Ryan Schmidt. A two-sport athlete in football, the Katy, Texas native is a mechanical engineering major. A round of applause for Ryan Schmidt. Our next senior is graduate student Sarah Shoemaker. The Chesterfield, Missouri native is a civil engineering major and will go to work as a structural engineer for Kiewit in Kansas City and also plans to earn a master's degree. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarah Shoemaker. Our next senior is John Slews. John is a Columbus, Indiana native and a mechanical engineering major. A round of applause for John Slews. Our next senior is Blake Storrow. Blake is a Naperville, Illinois native, a computer science and software engineering major, and will go to work at DMI Software Engineering in Indianapolis after graduation. A round of applause for Blake Storrow. Our next senior is Elliot Whiteside. The Pendleton, Indiana native is a biomedical engineering major and after graduation will go to work at Epic Systems in Madison, Wisconsin. A round of applause for Elliot Whiteside. And our 26th senior is Tim Yount, a Pottstown, Pennsylvania native, the mechanical engineering major following a co-op last fall. Tim will complete his degree next year here at Rose-Hulman. A round of applause for NCAA National Indoor Qualifier, Tim Yount. Thank you to this senior class for your outstanding leadership and contributions to the track and field program. All of these young folks have been superb ambassadors for Rose-Hulman during their 4 years. Please join us in a final round of applause in recognition of this Rose-Hulman senior class. Seniors, we're going to do a couple of group shots here real quick, so hang on.
And that group of seniors has done quite a good job here at Rose-Hulman. Track and field is one of their, I'm going to say, best sports. They're so consistent here at Rose-Hulman
every year
in their track and field.
Men, women, I mean, they're just, you know, event after event, just very competitive and hunting championships as Rose has come accustomed to do here at track and field and also other sports as well. But
Women's 3,000 meters is up next. There are 15 entries. Meredith Serpina from DePaul, Sophie Porter from DePaul, Bryn Urban from DePaul, Amzie Maidenbrook from DePaul, Gretchen Carey from Greenville, Jill Anspaugh from Franklin, Brooke Schutt from Greenville, Ella Basher from Franklin, Emily Rector from Franklin, Shelby Stegemoller from Hanover, Carrie Mercado Ramos from Illinois College, Ashley Cenarius from Hanover, Maya Musgrave from DePaul, and Jess Gaumer from DePaul, Tessa Moon from Greenville. So with that, 3,200 meters, you would say the equivalent of the 2 mile.
Yep. And we call it a run.
I know you like this stuff, don't you?
You know, I will probably take me a couple of days, and I might be able to cross the finish line in a couple of days, you know, something like that. You know, the training that goes into this, you have to love it, and this has got to be something that you're passionate about. You don't have people just go out there. Oh yeah, I guess I'll just run the 3,000. Sure, why not? No, this is something that you want to do, something that you love to do because of the time and effort, the training that goes into it. It's a pretty grueling race,
Again, 4 runners from DePaul are the highest seeds in this, and they go 1, 2, 3, 4 right now for DePaul University in this 3,200 meters. And the brother of one of my friends when I was growing up was a distance runner, ran against Dave Waddle. I don't know if you remember him from Bowling Green. That would have been in the 70s when they were going to the Olympics. And so I can still remember watching him train, and it was just brutal, the things that they would do to make sure that they could run 3,200 or the steeplechase, which was his Olympic event. And again, put in so much time and effort making sure that they are prepared for a season and they don't have any kind of muscle pain or tear with what's going on. It takes a lot of dedication, and they're to be commended just on the tenacity it takes to run the way they're running.
Right, what you have to put your body through over the course of a season. Oh, boy.
Again, DePaul running 1, 2, 3, and 4 in this race so far. 8 laps around the track. And the 800 meters, the results are in. Matt Rowley from DePaul wins it with a 1:56.67. Nana Corentang from Principia was second. Caleb Carlson third from Greenville. Joe Gomez from Greenville was fourth. Jack Rutstein from DePaul is fifth. Sixth place is Isaiah Atkins from Greenville. Seventh place, Eli Cochran from Franklin. And eighth place is Dylan Hussey from Principia.
You know, the difference in between Dylan Hussey getting 1 point for Principia and Aiden Macklin not getting 1 point for Wabash is like a fraction of a step. You know, when you look at I just lost it. What was it? 7 or 6 hundredths of a second difference in between those two. And we talked about Macklin as coming from Heat 2, that being such a strong run, and we were commenting on that and how we won that heat. And we're like, boy, he's going to be really close to pushing for a point, and just missed. getting that point, you know. And so I know he would have loved to have gotten the point for Wabash, but it just definitely wanted to point him out from Heat 2 as you know, we watched that and we knew he was really close, but didn't know he was 600 of a second close.
Men's team rankings after 12 events have been scored. Rose-Hulman leads at 87.5 points. DePaul with 76, Greenville 75, Webster 48, Wabash with 40.5, Principia 40, Illinois College 37, St. Mary the Woods 29, Franklin 14, and Hanover 12. And again, we'll try to give you some of those as you watch again the DePaul ladies continue to run 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can see them are about 100 yards apart from the first two to the last, and that's just kind of the way it's going to be in this race. Again, checking out the event totals and see what we have here. And again, a good solid race in what's going on here in the 3,200 meters. And I apologize. It is the 3,000 meters. Did I say 3,200? I did, didn't I?
I think you said both, actually.
Yeah, well,
now that you say it,
that's because I'm used to the other. So, and I apologize. I do too much high school coaching in this one. The women's 3,000 meters are what we're running right now.
The results are in from men's discus. In 5th place, Omar Diaz, Illinois College. 4th place, John Schneer, Wabash. 3rd place, William Witalis, Rose-Hulman. 2nd place, Saul Hernandez, Illinois College. And in 1st place, with a mark of 109 feet, 10 inches, Lane Brockman of Wabash.
And again, those discus totals are be put in the men's totals as well.
The results are also in from women's javelin. In 5th place, Kaylee Thomas, Illinois College. 4th place, Kylie Rathbun, Rose-Hulman. 3rd place, Abby Thomason, Greenville. 2nd place, Aaliyah Jones, Rose-Hulman. And in 1st place, with a mark of 123 feet and 1 inch, Emma Brown of Greenville.
So the Greenville women was really having a very fantastic meet today, leading the charge here over St. Mary the Woods women, who also were having a very nice meet in Greenville, going 1-3 in the women's javelin with Thomason and Brown respectively. Brown winning with 123 meters, and just a fantastic meet for Greenville, and of course Greenville a significant lead still, 27 points over St. Mary's for the overall women's team event lead.
And in the team rankings, Greenville is first with 96 points. St. Mary the Woods second with 69. DePaul comes in with 55.5. Rose-Hulman with 48.5. Hanover with 18. Illinois College 13. Principia 8. And Franklin 6. Webster with 5 points. So Greenville is having an outstanding women's meet.
Mm-hmm.
And then, again, the DePaul women, right now, 1, 2, 3. They're just, you can see those two two ladies that are
Yes.
leading, and
Yes.
they are just consistently pushing each other.
Yeah, they are. And we're just, thinking that we'd hear the bell very soon. I don't know if you heard or not, but we'd be nearing the bell.
Well, if you have good eyes, and we're clear up in the top of the press box, but if you have good eyes, you can watch the starter, and he'll flip out the card that says how many they run.
Okay.
They're
well,
yet to go.
Say what?
He'll have a card. He'll show them.
Well, I wasn't.
I'm not saying you're old enough that you couldn't see that, but you're old enough you can't
probably
see
can't
that.
see it.
There
I
it
probably can't
comes,
see it.
right down the end, and we finish the race right at 10:20. We'll see what they actually give the time at 10:19:36. Serpina in first, Porter in second, and they ran that race all the way through. Urban from DePaul will come in third, and those points are going to really matter when you take an almost sweep an event.
Yep.
And that's what they're doing.
Going back to my point, did you ever hear the bell?
No.
Okay, then. All right. That's what I was thinking. Okay.
You know, I'm just going to say this. I don't hear my wife most of the time.
Oh, she better not be listening, Herb. Oh, boy. You'll hear her.
DePaul is going to pick up some
Yes, they
major
are.
points.
Yes, they are.
They have just done a great job. This set of runners they have is just taking care of the competition. 1, 2, 3 for DePaul.
And you talked about DePaul being in third place, 55.5 points. They're going to catapult St. Mary the Woods women who didn't have anyone. I don't think at all in that event, if I remember correctly, and so they were just about 13, 14 points behind. They're going to pick up significant number of points here in this event.
Franklin will come in fourth, DePaul in fifth, Franklin in sixth. So again, DePaul 1, 2, 3 in the 3,000 meter run.
So we're at 29 points in the top four. I don't know how many of the top four DePaul had. I think they had at least three, if not four. So you're looking at, 29, 24 points in that event, possibly for DePaul. Oh,
that's a lot of points.
That's a lot for one event. That's a lot.
And they deserved it too, because
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
were way ahead.
Yep.
Did a great job.
Mm-hmm.
Franklin will go fourth and sixth in this event. And we're waiting for the rest of the runners to cross. Again, we started with 15 runners, so we still have a couple runners that are on the track until this one finishes. The men's 3,000 meters will have 26 runners in it.
So it's going to be interesting, a jumbled mess for quite some time before, potentially you'll have a few packs of runners as things, get started in that. It'll be interesting. I do find that when you have this many participants in an event, it'll be interesting watching them be bunched together in small packs for the first several laps, and then maybe several laps, then they start to thin out, and you see how the race just kind of morphs over time. So it's always interesting to me.
And here are the runners. Ford Baker from DePaul, Gianni Estrada, Greenville, Braden Kernut from Wabash. Joe Barnett, Wabash. John Osplund from Franklin. Jack Sells from Franklin. Connor Watson from Hanover. Eglin Scherf from Illinois College. Justin Santiago from Wabash. Samuel Wilson from Franklin. Will Detmer from Illinois College. Devin Boggs, Illinois College. Jonathan Hayden, St. Mary the Woods. Cole Hetzel from DePaul. Adam Wellen, Greenville. Parker Mullins from Franklin. Ben Lepton, DePaul. Kellen Casaron from DePaul. Eli Atkins, Greenville. Nick Hennig, Illinois College. Aaron Nutwell, Principia. Gabe Roberts, Illinois College. Spencer McCullough, Illinois College. Stephen Doss, Illinois College. Zach Proctor from Principia, and Joseph Goodnow from Greenville. This is also the race that your typical cross-country runners will go ahead and run this one in the spring, just so they have a chance. So they run cross-country in the fall and then track in the spring, and they're going to be the distance runners in track and field. Again, should be 26 runners entered in this one. And they're waiting for everything to get reset. It'll be the men's 3,000 meters. And there will be, like you said, a huge pack. They hit this front straightaway, and they will start separating in a hurry.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see those. You'll see a few different groups of them. It'll be interesting.
Your fastest runners are on the inside, and we'll see what happens. There's two. Remember, Braden Cornutt, who had a very good race early on. Meters for men. And they will restart this one. They did not have the start they wanted, and they will restart it again. So that's the first restart we've had today.
Yeah. Yeah.
They didn't have the timing apparatus down. So we'll try it again. And we'll try this one more time. They're at the starter's mark, and there they go. And the tough part about a 3,000 meters with this many runners is you're going to have a pretty quick pace so you can get in and feel comfortable running. So that first turn is pretty quick.
Absolutely.
And now they're running down that front stretch.
I'm just going to go ahead and say, folks, if you heard anything you wouldn't want your mother to hear you say, that was not us here at the Indiana Sports Network. I'm just going to go ahead and put that out there. Just in case you heard some language that was not anyone affiliated with the Indiana Sports Network.
And a DePaul runner is in the lead. Ford Baker has an 8:34, 3,000 meters. That's 5 seconds better than the nearest competitor. And you can see him out in the front of the pack. Ford Baker. Gianni Estrada from Greenville is the second highest seed, and it appears he's in second place right now, right up at the lead. So it's Baker and Estrada leading the race. Two Wabash runners and two Franklin runners are Braden Cornutt and Joe Barnett for Wabash, and John Asplund and Jack Sells from Franklin, and that would be your top 6 runners right now. Mm-hmm. And you can see a separation starting to happen.
Yes, you can.
And they're going to see if they can keep up with Ford Baker, too. And when I say Gianni Estrada as, I mean, he's in the 8:30s as well. So there's 5 seconds difference between their seed time, and you can see why. These guys can really run.
That's right.
Right behind him is Braden Cornutt, who's had a really good race already today.
And they're elbow to elbow.
And there are 4 leading the pack right now, and there you can start to see more of a split take place.
Mm-hmm.
And here comes the rest. Again, 6 runners in that lead pack.
It'll be interesting to see how those 6 stay together or change, and how close. You know, if you're how far do you want to be off the lead? You know, what is your strategy? How close do you need to be? You know, you're looking at, you know, are you comfortable with 15 meters off the lead? You know, do you need to be within 10? You know, based on the time that you're able to produce, do you know that I may not be 10 or 15 meters, but if I can be within 20, 25 meters, are you comfortable with that? So it's you know, knowing your time, knowing what you're capable of, not trying to overextend too early. You know, the strategy that you use for this 3,000 meters is very important. You don't want to try to do more than you're able to do, bite off more you can chew. You're in trouble.
And there is a pack of 3.
Yes.
It was 6, and you can see this split. And again, those 3 runners, Baker, Estrada, and Cornutt, have separated themselves from the rest. And you're seeing them push each other. And this is really what you want to see in this type of race. It's just the matter, can you keep it up all the way?
We're going to see who can and who can't.
And they're going to come up on some runners which they will pass in this race. But right now it's the three leaders, Baker, Estrada, and Cornutt. And when I say three, Baker and Estrada's not giving him an inch to Baker.
No, he's not.
They're just going together the entire time.
Step for step. And it's going to be interesting as you have to, once you lap.
Here comes,
look at there.
Here comes Cornutt.
Now Cornutt's going to take his time in the lead and try to push this pace out a little bit. See how the other two respond.
He's going to see if he can run him into ground. He did that earlier in the 1,500 meters. And he's trying to do it here in the 3,200 as well.
What I was saying is once you come up on runners you're going to lap, it's going to be interesting. Who is there to be able to keep that inside, or do you have to go outside around someone? It's going to be interesting.
They move him out. So they've already done that.
He's not moved anywhere. That's what I'm saying. Who's going to be right there to have to be to have to go around someone, or is there going to be somebody in front that can squeeze through on the inside? So some of these I think you will be able to.
Cornutt, Baker, and Estrada in that order, and they are still pushing each other. And you can hear them going.
Wouldn't be surprised to see another lead change here unless Cornutt can get a little advantage, which I don't know if he'll be able to. We'll see.
And here they come. You can listen for it here. We'll see if they ring the bell on this one. Here it goes. There it is, Braden Cornutt.
And here we go.
With the lead, and here comes down to the last lap, and these three all have a chance.
At what point do you start your final kick? What is your mark? And that's going to be interesting. What is the mark? Is it 100 meters? Is it 150 meters? We're starting to see a push.
We're starting to see a big push by all three.
Cornutt said, no, sir. And having to go outside, go around another runner as Baker was trying to make a push.
And here comes Estrada.
Yeah.
Estrada around Baker.
As they had to go around that last runner they lapped, I think Baker started to lose some positioning. Cornutt trying to bring it on home.
Look at the kick from Braden Cornutt from Wabash.
So his number was right about 100 meters where he started to make that final kick.
He made the push.
Yeah.
He wins the race. About 8:31. We'll see what the official time is, but a huge push for Cornutt. That is an unbelievable reduction in his time. He went from an 8:47 coming into an 8:31.
Wow.
Estrada at 8:32. He dropped his by 7 seconds, and Baker with
Barnett.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was Barnett. But they missed one. We'll see. So we'll see how this one actually ends, but Cornutt, Estrada, and they're saying Barnett, and then I think they missed one. Again, those results are not final until they're posted.
Yeah, because we had a DePaul that we thought was in third, correct?
Right.
Wabash, Greenville, DePaul.
Right.
So we'll get this all situated. And if not, we can just send them up here to ask you.
Well,
you'll get them straightened out.
No, what they do is they actually have a film with the time running at the same time. And so that you can see the photo finish, you can see what's going on those, and they'll get it all sorted out. But what a great run. Mm-hmm. Again, Braden Cornutt with an outstanding run and an outstanding evening for him in both the races we've seen him run.
Absolutely.
He was just on it tonight, able to do it. Women's 400-meter hurdles will be next, and we'll come back with more action here from Rose-Hulman.
There is a greatness inside of you passion, a strength, a determination. So embrace it. Embrace the greatness that you bring to everything you do. Embrace the idea that you can do work that makes an impact. Work that keeps the country moving forward and our economy strong. Because not everyone has what you have. And that's exactly what connects you to all of us at Great Dane. There's greatness inside of you. Are you ready to embrace it?
Here at Mossville Properties, Indian Land and Lifestyle, we're no hunting property, and our agents have the skills to close the deal. But what is it that separates us from others? We have field experience. We speak the language. We use targeted marketing. We cast a wide net, and we have local contacts. When it comes to buying or selling your hunting ground, let's just say we're killing it.
I ran out of my pain meds too quickly.
I took more and more to get through my day.
I did anything to get them.
I needed help. I needed hope. I found them both.
Professional, safe, no wait times, quality treatment. Regain something lost. Call or go to winrecovery.org.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
And back here at Rose-Hulman for the 2023 Track and Field Twilight Invitational. We just saw the conclusion of the men's 3,000 meter run, and now we're going to set our sights to the women's 400 meter hurdles, and then to follow will be the men's 400. We're trying to still wait for some results from the women's 3,000 meter, as well as obviously the men's 3,000 meter. Will be post those results here after a while, but haven't seen the women's 3,000 quite yet. But for the hurdles, there'll be two sections. Section number 1, Alexis Roberts from Greenville, Olivia Nelson from Webster. From Illinois College, Christina Helms. And we'll have in lane 4, Celie Stoffringen from DePaul. From Rose-Hulman in lane 5, Jada Hunter Hayes. And Caden Sharp from Greenville in lane 6. Lane 7 will be Evelyn Morales of St. Mary the Woods. And from Webster in lane 8 will be Vanessa Jones. So this, once again, the section 1 or heat 1 of the time finals of the women's 400 meter hurdles. That is one time around the track. The hurdles have all been set up. They were setting up hurdles during the last events, and the ladies are getting into the blocks. Best seed time in this event coming from DePaul in lane 4, 1 minute 6 seconds flat. Looking for some good form in these hurdles, and ladies are off. First few hurdles have been run, and start to see that stagger. Very nice run in the middle of your track. Lane 4, Steffridgen. Lane 5, Hunter Hayes. Paul Rose-Hulman right in there. Nearing the backstretch. Heat 1, section 1 of the women's 400 meter hurdles. Rose-Hulman right there. Greenville is there. 1-2, looking at Hunter Hayes and Sharp. Sharp trying to take this event, and it looks like she will cross the finish line first in section number 1. That was in lane 6, Caden Sharp of Greenville came in with the seed time 1 minute 10 seconds and 10 100ths. She bested Jada Hunter Hayes of Rose-Hulman.
Fourth place, Paige Nowak.
Unofficially 1 minute 7 seconds and 700ths was from Sharp.
Second place, Emma Steeman, DePaul, and in first place with a mark of 10 feet 11.75 inches, Chrislyn Bailey of St. Mary of the Woods.
So the second section of the women's 400-meter hurdles, once again a time and final. In lane 1, Eva Schwab from Greenville. Lane 2, Lara Skaggs from St. Mary of the Woods. Josie Lyons from Franklin is in lane 3. In lane 4, Janae Mona from Rose-Hulman. Brantley Wathen from Franklin in lane 5. Lane 6, Allison Kohler from DePaul in lane 7. From Franklin, it'll be Mallory Watson and Kennedy Lackins in lane 8 from Hanover. And don't know that we actually have anybody in lane 8. Also don't see anyone in lane 2. So those lanes 2 and lane 8, that's Skaggs and Lakins not participating in this event, but the rest will give it their best and try to beat the time of Caden Sharp from Greenville, who posted, I believe it was 1 minute and 7 seconds in section number 1, Rose-Hulman. And DePaul off to good starts here. Got to get your steps right for these hurdles. They come up on you pretty fast there. And typically know how many steps you have between hurdles. They practice their form as they're going over their hurdle. Even as they practice and they're walking through, you can slow that down to a walk and just to perfect your form. A lot of times you'll see these athletes mimic that. DePaul still out in front here in lane 6, I do believe that is.
Lane 5, it's Brantley Wathen. Let me see, yeah, they have it in lane 6. It is, I'm sorry. Allison Kohler. And running a 400 and then running hurdles over it is
that's
almost
rough.
torturous.
That is rough. It is rough. Not that I would know from experience, but I'll just say it looks rough. How about that? And Kohler with a minute and 12 seconds. And some change there for Allison Kohler of about 4 seconds better than her seed time. So it'll be interesting as they post these results. And still looking for results her for the women's 3,000. Know if you see that results from the women's 3,000 yet? No, you don't even.
Not yet.
Okay, I was wondering if I was doing something wrong. Okay.
Nope.
So up next, they're getting ready for the men's 400 hurdles, as they will have 2 heats of that.
They have the men's race up.
The 3,000?
Yeah.
Really?
And they say it's Cornett, Estrada, Barnett, Asplin, so there may have been a DQ at a certain
yes. Baker. Yep. I don't know. Did he get out of his lane, do you think? Well, that was a 3,000, so that didn't matter. I just wonder what the infraction was, because he ran. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't know what he ran.
And after
something happened.
Right. After 13 events, it's Rose-Hulman 87.5 in first place, Greenville in second place, and this is in the men's. Then it's DePaul, Wabash, Webster, and Principia, and the top 3 are close enough that any major expansion of their points in what they're going to do could allow them to move into that first place. And again, DePauw's close enough that they can make a push. They have 76 points in this one. So let's take a look at the next race we have, which is the men's 400-meter hurdles. And in those, Section 1, again, the fastest section. These are all timed finals. Lane 1, Andrew Cowlin from Rose-Hulman. Stuart Anchor from Wabash. In Lane 2, Tony Lakodich from Greenville. In Lane 3, Torianja Forrest from Hanover. In Lane 4, Takashi Greiner from Wabash. In Lane 5, Carter Kessinger from Greenville. Lane 6, Karsten Runge from Wabash. In Lane 7, Ryan Foster from Rose-Hulman is in Lane 8. And again, I don't see anybody in Lane 1, in Lane 4. Torianja Forrest from Hanover does not appear to be in Lane 4. The rest of the lanes seem to be filled again. Lane 4 is empty. That means somebody from Section 2 is going to have points.
Right. Guaranteed.
And here we go. The 400-meter hurdles. And as you look at them running from the side view, whoever goes over the hurdle first is in the lead. Doesn't matter what you see in the lead on your screen. And it's in Lane 5. Takashi Greiner. So Greiner's in the lead in Lane 5. He's going over him earlier than everybody else. It's just a matter of whether he can keep the pace.
He's really laboring. He is really laboring. You see him.
Well, I think all of them are laboring. Yeah. That's the issue.
These last couple little bit of hurdles are going to be interesting.
Greiner taking it home. Can he get it there?
Boy.
What a strain all the way through, and Greiner will win the race.
You know what's interesting? I mentioned a moment ago, you know how many steps you have in between each hurdle. But then there are a few, not necessarily in a row, but I would say the 2 out of the last 3 hurdles you saw there, Greiner adding a few extra steps to make sure he was able to clear that hurdle because of the strain. So that's why, you can see that strain. You can see, the steps start to get choppy, and right before you go over that hurdle, you break your trained form. That a lot of times that's interesting, but you got to clear that hurdle. You have to clear that hurdle. You clip that thing, and it causes a major disruption.
And we're ready for Section 2, which has Tobin Blair from Principia in Lane 1. Abbott Church, St. Mary the Woods, Lane 2. Will Simpson from Hanover, Lane 3. Ryan Kozla from DePaul, Lane 4. Lane 5 has Michael Miller from St. Mary the Woods. Luke Hummel from Hanover, Lane 6. Owen Rogers from Hanover, Lane 7. And Sam Baker from Webster in Lane 8. And again, somebody from this heat or from this section is going to point in this one because there was an empty lane in Section 1. So again, and there could be more than that because these are timed. They're getting ready to run these. again, we're waiting for the announcement of the .3,000 meters for women. Still not up on that one.
Yeah, I was looking, hoping that would be up, but don't see it still. Wonder if there's something they're still starting to straighten out, or if they just had a little glitch.
Women's long jump is still taking place. The women's pole vault has been finalized, and Chrislyn Bailey of St. Mary the Woods wins it with a, let's see, it says 10 feet 11 3/4 is the winning vault. Emma Stamen from DePauw's second. Nina Jadakowski. And we'll watch this race. Here it is, the 400-meter hurdles for men.
Fifth place, Connor Watson, Hanover. Fourth place, John Asplund, Franklin. Third place, Joe Barnett, Wabash. Second place, Gianni.
And you're seeing
there's a couple clip hurdles there.
Oh yeah, they're going to clip the hurdles. It's just a matter of how you're dragging your foot. If you're dragging it flat or dragging it over the top. And St. Mary the Woods seems to be, there's a hurdler seems to be in, and that would be Michael Miller, seems to be the leader in this section, and he is. Ryan Kosla is right on his heels. It's a pretty good race right down the final stretch. And St. Mary of the Woods runner, again, Michael Miller seems to be the winner on this one with a 1 minute and 1 minute .55. Hosia just a few tenths of a second behind him. And we will see what the final is on that one in just a moment. Again, we've heard the men's javelin throw. Principia's Jacob Warwick wins it. Greenville's Dylan Webster is second. Josh Warmick from Wabash is third. Elijah Perez from Webster is fourth. Bryant Wilson from Illinois College fifth. Andrew Cowlin from Rose-Hulman sixth. Brayton Blackwell from Rose-Hulman seventh. And Austin Merritt from Webster is eighth. Again, that's in the men's javelin throw. Oh, I'm sorry. Just ran it all the way down.
I did the same thing a minute ago. I didn't want to say anything. I was just going to let you just... I did the exact same thing. I was like, oh, wow, oops.
Just rolled it right down.
That's all right.
Next up will be the women's 200 meters. Get ready to see these. And as they're getting their starting blocks situated for the men's 200 meters.
Down to the final few events, or when you look at these the field events wrapping up, and these track events, the 200 meter.
Reminder: you can see all the events and totals. You're just going to have to go to the next section of our website that we see here at Rose-Hulman, and you can easily find those. And again, they will be finalized. And you can look at IndianaSportsNetwork.net or IndianaSportsNetwork.com. Either one of them will work. The women's 200 meters, there will be 3 sections. In section 1, In lane 1, Alex Adams from Rose-Hulman. Lane 2, Sarah Yakana from Greenville. In lane 3, Madeline Benson from Illinois College. Lane 4, Zelena Martin from Hanover. Lane 5 is Brooke Oakley from Illinois College. Lane 6 is Emily Lorera from DePaul. Lane 77 is Micah Barnes from Webster. And lane 8 is Asada Kamara from Webster. And if you want to rewatch any of tonight's action, you can go to YouTube under Indiana Sports Network. You ought to be able to find it there. So if you wanted to show somebody there, you can find all of our ball games, whether it's baseball, softball, any of the action that we've shown here on Indiana Sports Network on YouTube. And again, tonight's action will be on YouTube in a very short time after we're finished here tonight. Women's 200-meter dash, there are 3 sections, all timed finals, just like we have in all these races. Timing for these, and when I say that, the time that they should start, 200 meters is at 8:45, and we are just a little bit behind. Not much, but just a little bit behind on these. And we have the 5,000 meter run after this, the 4x400 meter relay. We anticipate being done just a little bit after 10 o'clock tonight. Starters calling runners to their marks. And Zalea Martin is not in lane 4.
I was looking forward to watching her run, but unfortunately won't be able to. Opportunity for someone else.
And a clean start. There's also missing a Webster runner in lane 8. 200 meters. And here they come around the turn. In lane 2, it appears the leader is Sarah Yakana from Greenville. And a pretty good race all the way through. We'll see. It's Yakana with a 26.66. Laura with a 27.12. Excuse me, it's Oakley with a 27.11. Laura with a 27.35. Benson 27.48.
You know, when you look at this race, and with Celia Martin not participating in this race, you look down and looking down in section 2 at Jackie Stone from St. Mary the Woods. I know she had a really good showing in the 100. Interested to see what she can do here in her section of the 200. Coming out of lane 6, what they have her as is, and I say it like that because hopefully she'll be racing after I bring her up, but you know, we'll see, you know, different ones. You're looking at some individuals who don't race in a section that you mentioned earlier. Someone from section 2 definitely has a better opportunity to get points.
Now there are 2 lanes open from section 1, so we'll see what happens here in section 2 and who can fill them. Time finals. Lane 1, Kiana Patton from Webster. Lane 2 is Tessa Kokert from DePaul. Lane 3 is Finesse Jones from Illinois College. Lane 4 is Maddie Pierce from Greenville. Lane 5 is Natalie Day from Greenville. Lane 6 is J.C. Stone, St. Mary the Woods. Lane 7 is Lena Hendershot from DePaul. And lane 8, Grace Truex of DePaul. Again, a couple lanes are open. And coming around this, lane 4 is Maddie Pierce. As Maddie Pierce comes trucking down the lane.
Yes, she does.
Got a pretty good time if she can keep it up. And she'll finish that one very strong. Pierce with a 27.84, Day 28.37, and Patton 29.18. So right now you're going to have 2 take over, and we're going to see what happens in Section 3 here of the time finals for the 200-meter dash for women. Lane 2, Joy Anechi from Principia. Lane 3, Kelly Brock from Hanover. Lane 4 is Veronica Meredith from DePaul. Lane 5 is Megan Deaton from Rose-Hulman. And lane 6 is Leslie Amuakato. And again, they'll start these very quickly. Not much time left in between. Again, the third section of the time finals in the women's 200-meter dash. And another clean start. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's Brock, Meredith, Deaton, and Amuakato.
And you just love to beat your seed time with you know. A lot of emotions and a lot of excitement in this race in front of a nice-sized crowd. Can you beat your own time?
And it appears Megan Deaton comes in first, and she does with a 30.16. And we'll see what happens. The women's 3,000-meter race has been posted. The women's 3,000 has been posted. Meredith Serpina from DePaul, Sophie Porter from DePaul, and Amzie Maidenbrook from DePaul go 1, 2, 3. Jill Anspaugh ends up in 4th place. Shelby from Franklin. Shelby Stegemoller from Hanover's in 5th. Bryn Urban from DePaul is in 6th. Brooke Shutt from Greenville in 7th. And Ella Basher ends up in 8th. Greenville still leads after 12 events in the women, 108. DePaul is second at 99.5. St. Mary the Woods third at 86. Rose-Hulman is fourth with 56.5. Then it's Hanover, Illinois College, Franklin, Webster, and Principia.
DePaul ended up getting 27 points in that one event, the women's 3K. 27 points is a lot for one event.
They closed the gap.
Yes, they did.
Men's 200. There are 7 sections. 7 sections of the men's 200. Section 1, Prescott Brackett from Rose-Hulman in lane 1. Chase Latoche from Greenville, lane 2. Carson Rantanen from Greenville, lane 3. Elijah Perez, Webster, lane 4. Tyshawn Hamilton from Greenville in lane 5. Grant Hunt from DePaul, lane 6. Colin O'Malley from DePaul, lane 7. And Itunde Lele from DePaul in lane 8. All of these run from between 22.37 and 21.8 21.64. So we'll see what the race looks like here. Again, 7 sections.
So you're saying there's a few runners?
There's going to be a few times, we're going to say, in lane 1. Lane 1 will be open in the 7th and 6th sections of these timed finals. After this, we go to the women's 5,000 meter run and then the men's 5,000 meter run. And then the 4x4.
Another grueling event. 5,000 meters, like you said, coming after this.
Missing lanes 3, 5, and 6. And here we go with the 200 meters. And as they turn, it appears to be lane 2. Latouche from Greenville. And lane 4 is Perez from Webster. Pretty good race. We'll see what they clock them at. 21.93. 21.93. So there's still some space that can be made up in that 200.
You know, I wish that would love for an event like the 200, all lanes to be full.
Right.
You know, I wish I could. You know, of course, it's hard to do when you find out the last minute that individuals just can't go.
Yeah.
And I'm not faulting anybody for that, but I'm just saying, my wish. I'm like, boy, it's so exciting when you have these sprints when all lanes are full. It's so exciting like that.
And in section 2, it's Jack Douglas from Illinois College in lane 1, Josh Clark from Webster in lane 2, Claudio Trevino from Greenville, lane 3, Jack Cox from Rose-Hulman in lane 4, Zach Roberts from Franklin, lane 5, Ricky Alsam from DePaul in lane 6, Eric Perkins from Hanover in lane 7, and Andre Moore from Anderson in lane 8. And again, you're right, there appears to be several missing. And it could be, and this happens too, if you have a little twinge, or if you ran the 100, you have a little twinge.
That's exactly right.
You long jump, you don't feel good after you come out of that. That's
you
just
don't
part
go.
of, you don't go. You're not trying to hurt yourself. You got
That's
bigger fish to fry.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like last night, Kawhi Leonard not playing in Game 3 of the first round against the Suns. Who needs to play in the NBA playoffs? So just, hey, we're just going to sit this out. We're not going to play. Did you know he didn't play last night? I'm not joking. He some kind of injury and he didn't play. You know, NBA playoffs, Game 3, he didn't play. Unbelievable, that guy. Just had to get off my chest, man. I'm looking forward to a Clippers-Suns matchups. I know we don't have Paul George. It's going to be epic first round against the Clippers and the Suns, and he doesn't play in Game 3? Are you joking?
You want to know what I'm waiting for?
Jeez.
You know what I'm waiting for. It has absolutely nothing to do with that.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, it's a draft in about 20 days.
I know, man. We'll get there.
Here we go. That's also because I like to see these runners go.
Yes.
They're up and ready to go. We've got 4 running.
Boy, Greenville, once again, it seems like every time you turn around, they're right there.
It's Trevino and Cox right down the lane. It appeared to be Trevino got him, but we'll see here. And it is Trevino, 22.68. Cox at 22.82. So those will be a couple of guys that have a chance to get some points in after this race.
Indeed.
Section 3 will be up. We'll see how many guys show up on this one. Jabril Salako is from St. Mary the Woods in lane 1. Daniel Jansen from DePaul, lane 2. Tice Miller from Rose-Hulman, lane 3. Walentz Exum from Greenville in lane 4. Stephen Akabon from Webster in lane 5. Miles Weddington from Illinois College, lane 6. Junior Barraza from Principia in lane 7. Christian Troop from DePaul in lane 8. And this has been a really good meet. Fun to watch.
Absolutely.
A lot of really good effort. And we're going to have most of the lanes filled on this one.
Yeah.
7 out of the 8 lanes. Number 7 is not there. And that's Barraza from Principia won't be there. But the rest are.
Exum from Greenville at the last moment almost forgot to take his warm-up shirt off. He's like, oh, wait a minute. Take that warm-up off so you can show the biceps. You know, trim off a few tenths of a second or a few hundredths of a second with that warm-up shirt. No more wind drag. Be sleek and ready to go. Expecting big things out of lane 4.
Set. And as they make that turn, right down the line, Schmidt running very well, and he looks to win this section. It appears
You saw something, Herb. You saw something in, what was it, lane 6, 7?
It
6?
looked like lane 6. When you look at that one right now, Weddington from Illinois College appeared to be out of his lane for three or four steps. He should get a DQ, but if nobody saw him, that's what happens.
They might not have. He's showing his
Exum
right now.
With 22 seconds on there, he was really moving.
So
there
some
it
good
is.
Times, yeah.
Akabon, Jansen.
Well, Miller. Miller than Akabon. Weddington dropped down to 4th at 23.63. So it'll be still a few more heats to go, some more sections to go, I should say, and it just still could be a little bit more jostling. But typically, here leaders in an event like this are going to come from the first couple of heats. Your point winners going to come from sections 1 and 2, typically.
Section 4. Andrew Goad from Hanover in lane 2. James Evans from Hanover, lane 3. Raymond Cassius from Illinois College in lane 4. Dylan Hussey from Principia, lane 5. Zachary Davenport from Anderson in lane 6. And Malik Grant from Greenville in lane 7. Again, ready for Section 4 of the time finals of the 200-meter men's finals.
They're getting all stretched out in the blocks.
Six runners. And there they go. Off the corner. It appears to be lane 7. Malik Grant. And then all of a sudden, right down the middle, Raymond Cassius. We'll see who wins this one as well. Cassius with a 23.99. Just sub 24. Davenport second. No, they're going to say he's third. Again, when the computer finishes all these, you hopefully take out the human error in what's going on. Grant would be, it's Cassius, Goad, Davenport, Grant, and they have, it's Hussey in fourth, Grant fifth. And we'll see. Cassius, Goad, Hussey. That's 1, 2, 3 in that heat. And again, or that section, you'll see it. Ready for section 5. There are 7 runners in this. Ezra Baker from Franklin in lane 1. Aaron Jones, Greenville, lane 2. Aaron Rodriguez from Illinois College in lane 3. Ryan Schmidt from Rose-Hulman, lane 4. Josh Schrock from Rose-Hulman, lane 5. Jason Brown from Franklin, lane 6, and Mark Holmes from DePaul in lane 7. And again, they're running these through very quickly, but at the same time, there are 7 sections of the 200 meters. And they're getting ready. They called them to their marks. They're set. Oh.
A little early, almost.
I think he missed one. I think there was a misfire on the start. Right down in lane 1. Ezra Baker from Franklin appears to be leading the race. And we'll come through and we'll see what the actual time is. But it appears Baker won that heat with a 24.08. And again, if you notice, these are half a tenth, sometimes a hundredths separates these guys and what's going on. Baker ran a pretty good race. It's section 5. Now we're ready for section 6. In lane 3 is Jaron Patterson, St. Mary the Woods. Lane 4 is Alex Jones from Greenville. And in lane 5 is Gavin Lesko from Rose-Hulman. They're trying to get these guys ready. And again, continue to move everyone through and make sure we get all the races finalized. There we go. We're going to consolidate lane sections 6
Wonderful.
and 7. Demakis is in lane 2. And Elliot Davidson and Henry Davidson, both from Franklin, will be in lane 6 and 7. So it's John Demakis in lane 2.
Bless you.
Jaron Patterson, lane 3. Alex Jones, lane 4. Gavin Lesko in lane 5. Elliot Davidson from Franklin in lane 6. And Henry Davidson from Franklin in lane 7. Now, hopefully we've got that all set. They have to have the computer move everything.
I'm sure we do. I have confidence that we have, and good job by Coach to make sure we get that moved up. You just had 3 gentlemen participants in each of those last 2 sections. Let's combine these things and have an exciting final section of the men's 200-meter dash timed finals. So someone, if they have the race of their life, could jump up and get points and even challenge for the top few spots here. That could happen, but you're going to have an outstanding race. As you had some good times, some 22s earlier in the earlier sections. And it'll be interesting to see how we finish this off. As coming up next, as we mentioned, will be the women's 5,000 meter hurdles. Will be taken off the track momentarily after we finish this thing up, and they'll get ready for the 5,000 meters. But the last section on the blocks.
Section 6 of the time finals of the 200 meters.
Let's Go looks good so far. Or is that Demacus?
It looks like Let's Go. But out on the outside, and the 2 Davidsons ran really close there as they closed in on that one. We'll see who wins this one. It's a Davidson in this case, and I can't tell which one it is. 24.17, and they were first and third. Let's Go at second, and very close between all of them, less than a tenth in what separated those runners. So now we'll move on. After the men's 200 meters, we'll go to the women's 5,000 meters. And again, 5,000 meters, there will be 4 runners in this one. Ashley Baldwin from DePaul, Quinlan Teague from St. Mary the Woods, and Emma Lynch from St. Mary the Woods, and Reagan Hogat from DePaul. So of those 4 runners, again, the top seed, a 20-minute run for the 5,000 meter women's race. And we'll see if they get those reset and started. And there they are. They're at the 200-meter mark, and you can see them over, and they started the race.
They've posted the women's 200.
And with those, the women's 200, it's Sarah Yakana from Greenville wins the race with a 26.66 time. Brooke Oakley second from Illinois College. Emily Laura from DePaul third. Madeline Benson from Illinois College fourth. Katie Pierce from Greenville is fifth. Micah Barnes from Webster is sixth. Alex Adams from Rose-Hulman seventh. And Natalie Day from Hanover is eighth. And with that, the team scores right now: Greenville with 122 points, DePaul with 105.5, St. Mary the Woods with 86, and Rose-Hulman with 58.5, followed by Illinois College, Hanover, Webster, Franklin, and Principia.
So Greenville picked up another 14 points on that race, and whereas DePaul and the 3,000 meter got 27, and really took a lot of points there. Greenville got some of those points back, getting 14. DePaul and getting 6. So that race for the top spot, like you said, still up for grabs. Still have obviously two more track events. This 5,000 meter being one of them, but I do believe no, I think all of the we still have some field events that are not posted yet. So there's that would be a factor also. So I think the women's triple jump, which will be event 14, has not been posted yet unless you have that. I don't see it.
I don't have that one.
Okay.
I do have the.
The results from women's long jump.
Oh, here's the women's long jump.
Long jump.
DePaul. Fourth, Lara Skagg, St. Mary of the Woods. Third,
I think, did you already say this one though?
Second,
I think you did.
Maybe you didn't.
And first place with a mark of 17 feet 8 inches, Rofia Adeyemi of Rose-Hulman.
The women's high jump, Annabeth Venzel from Greenville wins it with a 5.1 jump. Layla Graham from Greenville is second with a 5.1 jump. And then Caitlin Barton from St. Mary of the Woods third. Evelyn Morales from St. Mary of the Woods fourth. Megan Corte from Rose-Hulman is tied for fifth with Abby Hartman of DePaul. And then seventh is Jada Hunter Hayes from Rose-Hulman. They'll pick up 2 points. There was not an eighth women's high jump that got points. And with that, again, just looking at the overall ranking, again, Greenville has that 122. DePaul second, and that didn't change on that.
Fourth, Colin O'Malley, DePaul. Third, Claudio Trino, Greenville. Second, Elijah Perez, Webster. And in first place, with a mark of 21.93 seconds, Chase Latouche from Greenville.
Again, the 5,000 meter run for women.
Jump, final results. Fifth place, Mike Holzclaw, Wabash. Fourth, James Connis, Rose-Hulman. Third, Sebastian Hughes,
They just posted the
triple jump.
The men's 200.
And in first place with a mark of 42 feet 5.5 inches, Dylan Webster of Greenville.
So the men's 200 meters. And again, we're closing in towards the end, and let's take a look at those. So the men 200 meters, Chase Latouche from Greenville wins it. Elijah Perez, Webster second. Claudio Trevino from Greenville third. Colin O'Malley from DePaul fourth. Jack Cox from Rose-Hulman fifth. Tice Miller from Rose-Hulman sixth. Ayatunde Lale from DePaul seventh. And eighth place is Stephen Akabon from Webster.
And the team standings have kind of adjusted a little bit as well.
That would be Greenville in first place, Rose-Hulman in second, and there's an 8.5 point difference. It's 120 to 111.50. Third place is DePaul with 90, and again, very close at the top. Wabash with 82.5 is fourth. Then it's Webster, Principia, St. Mary of the Woods, Illinois College, Franklin, and Hanover.
Yeah, so Greenville trying to sweep the event today, women's and men's. Rose-Hulman men were in the lead for the majority of the event. Now Greenville is having some really strong showings in these track events, women's and men's. They've really taken advantage of these, getting some of these points in these track events, and have now taken the lead in the men's standings.
And as we look at the finals and the points for women's discus, Taylor Tatlock from Franklin wins it with a 132-1 throw. Sierra Hurtado from St. Mary the Woods is second. Tawny Rodriguez in Greenville and Talanoa from Greenville are third and fourth. Sydney Cooper from Illinois College fifth. Cameron Weber from Rose-Hulman is sixth. Isabel Llewellyn from Webster is seventh. And eighth is Ella Ray. And again, the point totals have continued to change. Greenville 164, DePaul 112, St. Mary the Woods 102, Rose-Hulman 85.5. And then it's Illinois College, Hanover, Franklin, Webster, and Principia in that order for the women. Again, Greenville very, very strong.
Very strong.
In what they're doing, and they just continue to rake in points.
How big would this be for St. Mary the Woods to be able to take third in the women's team event? That'd be, just obviously several events to score and to be posted. If they're in third right now, that'd be a big boost for them.
But the problem is right now in this race, DePaul is appearing to be very strong in the 5,000 meters, followed by a St. Mary the Woods runner. And again, they're the only two real racers, two schools that are racing here in this one.
So that bodes well for St. Mary's being able to try to hold on to that third spot. Rose-Hulman in fourth. There's no one from Rose-Hulman in this particular event, so
they can't close the gap. It just widens.
It just widens. That's right. And so, depending on whatever else is out there in the field that has not posted, and then, you kind of go from there. But it'll be interesting, there with the women's standings.
And it may not come down to the 4x4. Most of these meets, if you have a pretty good meet, it'll come down to the 4x4 as to where everybody places, but it may be determined before this one happens.
Yeah. Well, the top spot probably will be, for sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, Greenville just puts a lot of good athletes in multiple different events. In the men's 5,000, there will be 12 runners. And again, only 8 of them will score points. So that could determine it. And again, multiple runners from Wabash, DePaul, and DePaul has 4 runners entered in that one. Rose-Hulman has 2 runners, and again, Wabash has 3 runners in that 5,000 meters. Webster has 2 runners as well. So it could change a little bit, but honestly, going into that one, it'll the damage for Greenville has been done throughout this meet. They've just pointed almost every event.
As we're roughly halfway through the final of the women's 5,000 meter, we'll step aside for a break. We'll come back with more and finish this race out right here on the Indiana Sports Network.
I'm All-Pro running back Jonathan Taylor for York Automotive. York is my #1 pick for your next car, truck, or SUV. Shop from over 600 vehicles at YorkAutomotive.com today.
You're #1 at York.
Treatment for those with mental illnesses and addiction issues has evolved over the years.
In the late 1960s,
Indiana's mental health system began to take shape.
From 1971
to 2021,
Hamilton Center has touched the lives of thousands of people in Central and West Central Indiana.
We are committed to the latest therapies to improve the quality of life for those with mental illnesses.
Treatment works.
Recovery is possible.
And thank you, Indiana.
The city of Brazil was founded in 1866. By 1876, there were 2 schools, 7 dry goods stores, 2 hardware stores, 4 churches, and 5 drugstores. One of those drugstores is still there today, Lynn's Pharmacy. Lynn's Pharmacy has grown from a small neighborhood drugstore to a modern pharmacy, offering prescriptions and medical equipment with old-fashioned values and unparalleled.
And a big thank you to our sponsors. They're so gracious to us. They help us to keep bringing these events. Not everybody can come to the events, but the Indiana Sports Network, we want to bring the event to you. No matter where you are, you just get on your internet device and you can just plug right in and watch your loved ones do their track and field events and other sports contests that we have here at the Indiana Sports Network. So many events that we have here at Rose-Hulman throughout the year, and just great partners that we have. Great Dane, Hamilton Center, Lynn's Pharmacy, Riddell National Bank, Lou State Farm Insurance, Mossy Oak, Serve Pro, and York Automotive. And so many of our sponsors have been with us basically since day one. And just a debt of gratitude to them for helping, for them helping us do what we love to do, which is bring you the sights and sounds of the action. And tonight, the track and field Twilight Invitational.
And it's getting to be Twilight.
Yes. Yeah. Some your body's starting to feel it as well. It's like the covers are calling, and
And you got to get up early in the morning and do it all over again.
Absolutely.
Well, these ladies have stayed. Their times have been very, very close. And if you look at the seed times coming in, only about a minute and a half separate these runners.
Right.
And you can see it's about a minute and a half. You can see it's going to be there. They're all right in the pack as they run this race. And the two runners from DePaul, that would be Ashley Baldwin and Reagan Hogat. They're going back and forth, and here comes a runner from Rose-Hulman as well. Or from, St. Mary the Woods. And the St. Mary the Woods runners are Quinlan Teague and Emma Lynch. And again, a real solid race by these ladies. We're at 14:33, and again, we expect them to finish right at 20 minutes. So just a few more minutes and into this race, and we'll see what's going to happen as well. So we look at some more of these field events, and we keep trying to see if we can bring you those and the results. Men's javelin was won by Colton Rich of Greenville. Tobin Blair second from Principia. St. Mary the Woods' Aiden Fuller third. Webster's Caden Klein is fourth. Jacob Warwick from Principia is fifth. Max Byers from Illinois College sixth. Seventh place is Gavin Followell from Hanover, and eighth place is Prescott Brackett from Rose-Hulman.
Just 10 points, 10 and basically 9.5 points separate first and second place in the men's standings, Greenville and Rose-Hulman respectively. So it's a tight race. When we look at the men's side, a lot tighter than it is with the women's, and so it'll be interesting finish. Greenville 129 points, Rose-Hulman 119.5. DePaul a smooth 100. Wabash 88.5. And then Webster, Principia, St. Mary, the Woods, Illinois College, Franklin, and Hanover. So it'll be interesting finish to see who's able to take that top spot. Can Greenville get the sweep? Or will Rose-Hulman be able to foil that plot?
And again, a good solid race here in the women's 5,000 meters. There hasn't been much change. They just continue to stay on pace the entire time. We're 17:32 into this 5,000 meters. And again, right at 20 minutes is the finish time for most of these ladies. And you're seeing a big push now. Jockeying for position, and we'll see what happens. They're going to fight this one all the way to the finish. There's the bell lap. 1 lap remains. And 2 runners are trading that first place spot back and forth. Nice smooth run for, it appears to be Ashley Baldwin in the lead for DePaul. And Quinlan Teague for St. Mary the Woods. And Teague has not backed off. She just continues to try to push and has pushed Ashley Baldwin. But Baldwin seems to be pulling away now here in the last lap. And she has a pretty good kick down this last stretch. Ashley Baldwin. And you can see everybody cheering her on. And
boy, she's really going to bust her seed time. Good grief.
And she has. She has just destroyed the time that she had before.
My goodness.
About a 1934, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Same with Teague. What a fantastic run.
Baldwin, 1933.95. Teague, 1939. They both came in over 20 minutes.
They both shaved like half a minute off their seat time. What a fantastic run. Both of them. All 4 of these ladies. Let me just. Wow.
Hoggett with a 1958, and she didn't have a time in on this one. And then when you look at the 4th place finish, and we'll see what that is. And they're all excited.
Yeah.
Listen, the good part is, and this is it, Teague ends up 2nd place, and she is so excited because she dropped her time. You could just see her. You can see her and hear her scream.
That's a lot to be excited about.
That is awesome.
And Emma Lynch is going to drop her time as well. She came up with a 21:36. She's going to cross with around 20:48. So, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You got excited.
Yeah, I did. I apologize for that.
But at the same time, you're watching these young ladies drop time, especially the first 2. They really pushed each other.
They did.
It's a great race. The men's 5,000 meters, I'm going to start this out because start naming names here because they're going to get started as soon as they get, as soon as they can. And here they are. Brennan Jensen from DePaul, Max Carroll from DePaul, Cameron Sakuma from Webster, Drake Hayes from Wabash, Matthew Myers from Wabash, Max Morgan from DePaul, Daniel Saltz from DePaul, Nathan McIntyre, St. Mary the Woods, Andrew Pascante from Rose-Hulman, Will Gogahagen from Rose-Hulman, Caleb Fletcher from Webster, and Thomas Price from Wabash as they prepare for this one. And like I said, as soon as she crosses, and as soon as they get the clock reset, they're going to send this one. 22 minutes, and she's just a little bit over her time, but she's going to finish the race anyhow.
That's
and make
right.
sure she does what she's supposed to, and she came here to do. And she made it through with just a little over 22 minutes. And we'll see what they do here in just a second. You can see all these guys lined up getting ready at 22:25.81 for Lynch. As she finishes that race, they've reset the clock and they should be ready to go. And you can see them. Jensen, Carroll, Sakuma, Hayes, Meyer, Morgan, Saltz, McIntyre, Piscante, Gogahagen, Fletcher, and Price. And they're going to be in a big pack till they hit the front stretch here. Again, you're running 5,000 meters. You don't want to run over anybody. It takes more out of you. So some of these guys will literally sprint right at the start just to get a little bit of clearance and then ease into their pace.
Maybe an elbow or two thrown until you get you a little bit of room.
And we'll see them try to take over, and we'll see who's going to run hard at the start and see if they actually run the pace. They'll line up here, and when we come back, we'll see the rest of this race. You're watching Indiana Sports Network.
The city of Brazil was founded in 1866. By 1876, there were 2 schools, 7 dry goods stores, 2 hardware stores, 4 churches, and 5 drugstores. One of those drugstores is still there today, Lynn's Pharmacy. Lynn's Pharmacy has grown from a small neighborhood drugstore to a modern pharmacy, offering prescriptions and medical equipment with old-fashioned values and unparalleled service. You can even step back in time and visit Lynn's Soda Parlor
here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
4 years ago, I drove my daughter to Riddell National Bank, where she opened her savings account. Today, she's still saving money. My relationship with Riddell is better than ever, too. No other bank focuses on relationships as much as they do. I can count on them for small business loans when I need them. Riddell National Bank helps small business owners and their families grow, both financially and personally. Riddell National Bank, making friends since 1885.
I'm All-Pro running back Jonathan Taylor for York Automotive. York is my #1 pick for your next car, truck, or SUV. Shop from over 600 vehicles at YorkAutomotive.com today.
You're #1 at York.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
There was And welcome back. That 5,000 meter run, and there's still a pack right at the start of this one, right at the front. You can see they're starting to spread out just a little bit. You got 7 runners right at the top pack. Women's results are in from the 5,000 meters, and of course it's Baldwin from DePaul, Teague of St. Mary the Woods, Hoget from DePaul, and Lynch of St. Mary the Woods in 1 through 4. That makes Greenville now for the women is leading with 178 points. DePaul 132.5, St. Mary the Woods 118, and Rose-Hulman with 102.5. Illinois College 48, Hanover 32, Franklin 22, Webster 18, and Principia with 8. Men's race, again, runners in this one. Jensen, Carroll, and Morgan, it appears, for DePaul. Sakuma from Webster is in that top 4 group as well, right at the start. But there's 3 runners from DePaul and then Sakuma from Webster. 2 runners from Wabash following it up. Appears to be Hayes and Meyer. The men run the 5,000 meters in about 15:44 was the best time. But with a lot of competitors today, you can see that pushed in the time drop very easily. It's a pretty good night to run as well. It's not super warm.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Where it's just a nice night. Look at the temperatures, maybe a little crisp, but it's at this point in the evening, but not a overbearingly hot day, and it's not going to drain you. You're also not out there freezing your bones.
No.
So
five runners now into that pack at the front. 2 runners trail, and you can see those in your screen right now. Wabash and DePaul. And there's always something to say when Wabash and DePaul get together, too. Always makes for an interesting day, I can tell you that. Again, for DePaul, it appears to be Jensen, Carroll, and Morgan. 1, 2, 3. Now it's 1, 2, and moving in there for Webster is Sakuma.
So you look at DePaul. We were talking about in the standings where they fit in third in the men's standings right now. Just 19.5 points back of Rose-Hulman. When you look at the way this race potentially could go, and DePaul getting a lot of points potentially if they can hang on these top spots. You clear, get maybe 3 of the top 5 or 6 runners in this event. You could potentially find yourself with, 13, 14 points or so in an event like this, maybe even a couple more. So you're inching really, really close to that second spot here in the men's standings with a strong showing, unless Rose-Hulman is able to get some points as well. So this race is going to be very pivotal to the men's standings. Of course, Greenville not having anyone in this event, so you're looking at DePaul really having an opportunity to make some hay.
And of course, after this is the women's 4x4, 4x400 meter relay. And then the final event would be the men's 4x400 meter relay.
The events are coming to a close when you see congregations of student athletes sitting with their backpacks and the footballs come out. So you know that the event is almost over. We're running slant routes in the middle of the field, and
well, there are quite a few football players in this group of track athletes too.
Yeah,
and some of them don't run because they're going to win every event in track. They run because they want to get better for the other sport, and we've seen that in multiple different things going on. And that's takes care of their training. They get double duty. Again, DePaul 1, 2, and 4 in this race. And like you said, Walt, you can pick up a lot of points and really push everyone towards this 4x400 meter race. that's going to be coming up in just a few moments.
So the top 3 point getters in that 10-8-6, is that correct? Or
10-8-6.
10-8-6. So, and then 5. So if you get 3 out of those, if you can get 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, and 4, you're putting together something. And then maybe even get, one more point down toward the bottom. I mean, if you can get greedy, you just never know.
Length of stride has started to increase as they're really trying to push this towards the end. We're approaching 10 minutes now into the race. And a little over 5 minutes till these guys start to finish. And again, 2 runners for DePaul going 1-2, and the third one is in 4th place. A Webster runner in 3rd would be Sakuma. It's Jensen, Carroll, and we're assuming it's Morgan as the 3rd runner for DePaul. Wabash has 1 runner up. We believe it's Drake Hayes. And a huge push by these guys.
Then here we have another couple coming in front of us. That's another DePaul and another Wabash there. So potentially another, what's that, 6, 7? Somewhere in there.
And the 8th runner is the one that will pick up the other points, and we'll see who comes across here in just a moment. But again, those points will be very valuable in the team standings here in just a moment.
Yep.
And DePaul looks to pick up some major points. Yeah, Rose-Hulman will have probably 1 point out of this.
Yeah. It's possible DePaul will end up in 2nd place after this one race.
Very well could happen.
Or really, really close. Do we still have any
I don't think
field
anything
events
else
to be
is
decided?
Out. Everything else, I believe, is in.
Okay.
And we'll head to the 4x4, and we'll determine the overall placing of everyone, and it could be close enough that it could determine 2nd and 3rd for sure.
We're just kind of scanning through the men's events, and yeah, it looks like everything is in as far as field.
Greenville is way ahead in the women's race.
Yeah.
They're not going to be caught.
And seeing the way this is stacking up in the men's 4x4, so you have what, 7 teams. Greenville's got 3 of them. They're not going to be caught.
Yeah, but in this one, because it's team event, you're not going to get everything. But yeah, but
I'm saying
everybody.
Greenville men is it's mathematically impossible,
right,
for them to be caught, seeing that they have 3 4x4s. If everybody runs,
normally you only get points for your first team. The others are running as gratis.
Okay.
Normally. It just depends on what they give as the rules on this. $13.25 into the race.
So you want to explain that one to me? Why that would be?
Each team's allowed to put 1 in. I don't know. It depends on what race you're in.
Okay.
So, and again, I don't know the rules of this one. But normally,
not that I would ever put you on the spot.
No, that's just
Yeah, I wasn't sure of that one either. So
look at the length of stride for Brennan Jensen from DePaul. And he
He's
is
cooking,
just
man.
eating it up right now.
Yeah, he is.
Huge run. And there's the bell lap, and here he goes. 15:44 was his best time of the year, and he is cruising to go faster than that if he can keep this pace up.
It'll be tough to.
I mean, he has a huge length of stride, and he hasn't slowed down at all. He's increasing that length of stride all the way through. Brennan Jensen. And Max Carroll. Two DePaul runners, and they are just tearing up this field on the 5,000 meters. A lot of encouragement by all the teammates. It's one of the things that's really unique about college athletics, especially at this level and what's going on, is everybody, when you say team, everybody is on that team. He's going to beat his...
Like a drum.
About 15:34, I think, something like that. 15:33.51.
He probably could have squeezed out a 15, he probably could have squeezed out another second out of that time if he really, really wanted to. Boy, he really ran well.
Carroll with a 15:40. He ran well. That's 15 seconds off his pace.
Wow.
And that's Piscante. Here I was calling the other one. That's Piscante is what they're saying for. They're saying Rose-Hulman? I don't know. They're reading the numbers, and he's laughing. The guy on the ground's going, that's not who that is. No. So again, they'll have to reevaluate the actual numbers to make sure everybody's in the right place.
They'll get it.
They have the right time, just the wrong guy.
Unless they switch jerseys. I don't think they did that.
I don't think so. I believe that's Sakuma, the Webster runner in third place. So we'll have to wait on this one and to see exactly how they are going to score everything. Again, the 4x400 is going to come up in just a minute. And they're all laughing. You can see these guys taking pictures on the screen of they're watching a big screen saying, "Well, that's not him." Solid run by these guys today. Everybody drops some time. It's a beautiful night to run. And we'll see what the score actually was in just a moment when they come in on this one. They're getting ready for these, and again, they're calling out to the track athletes, get ready, because as soon as this is over, they're going to go ahead and get things started.
How about the effort here on the home stretch? Yes, that's a way to finish. Leave it all out there, man. That's awesome.
And we'll check this back with this one and kind of see what's going on here as they get set up for the 4x400 meters. And that, like they said, they're going to start this one as quickly as they can. So the 5,000 meters for men is over, and here comes the, and I say this is the greatest race I think of the whole night is the last one, the 4x400. It's usually the most exciting, and here we are with the women's race. In lane 2 will be Greenville's B race, and that's Coleman, McKee, Swinigan, Schwab. In lane 3 is Greenville A. That's Owens, Geppert, Compton, Mansfield. In lane 4 is Webster, and that's Barnes, Bartz, Nelson, and Patton. In lane 5 is DePaul A. That's Lyra, Knight, Strophagan, and Grammel. In lane 6 is Rose-Hulman A. That's Hunter Hayes, Mona, Lindfelt, and Peterson. In lane 7 is St. Mary the Woods A. That's Morales, Truex, McGuire, and Coyle. And in lane 8 is DePaul B. That's Kagan, Jacobs, Tharp, and Delancey.
And the clock has been reset. They're getting ladies in their lanes and getting ready for the start of this race. The last event on the women's side here in the Twilight Invitational. Greenville won't be challenged for their first place spot. DePaul, I was going to say they won't be challenged for their second place spot. St. Mary the Woods will not be challenged for their third place spot. Rose-Hulman will not be challenged for their fourth place spot. So everything in the top 4, at least, nothing hanging in the balance. But boy, you would just love to go out with a bang, win this last event. All of these entrants, these 4x4 relay teams would just love to go out with a bang. It's very, as you mentioned, Herb, it's a very exciting event. It is also fairly grueling event when you look at a lot of these participants have, run races already, and here you are at the end. You got to get up one more time. You're doing this for literally your team. Of course, you get points on all of these, even the individual runs. But boy, when you're looking at this team event, this team relay, you're doing so much for your team here, and it's the last thing left. I remember the Olympics watching a thing Mo helped the USA Women 4x4 team to a gold medal as the runners are off here in the first leg of the women's 4x4. And so that was so exciting to watch, and just, boy, you got to get out to a good start. And also, when it comes to that time, you must have a clean exchange. So important to have that clean exchange. So we'll be watching that here in about 200 meters.
The leader we're showing is not necessarily the leader. It's always on the exchange. Mm-hmm. And so right now, Rose-Hulman appears to be in the lead in what's going on. And we'll see this exchange. And again, it's 4 laps, not just one. And not just 100 meters, it is 4 full-out laps.
That's right.
Rose-Hulman with the lead. They're not able to cut out of their lane until they reach the other corner. So here it comes. On the inside right now is Greenville A. And they appear to be in the lead as their handoff occurred much earlier than Rose-Hulman, although Rose-Hulman has a chance now. They're going to cut it over. So it's Greenville A with the lead.
And then somebody's coming in
Here
strong
comes
there. It's a
DePaul.
strong push. Who is that?
That's
DePaul?
DePaul.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2 it's Webster A and DePaul A are the 2 favorites in this one. And right now, DePaul in the lead in the second leg of the 4x4. And a huge run right now for Ava Knight.
Then who is this coming up strong here? Is that St. Mary the Woods? Possibly.
So DePaul leads. St. Mary
Yeah.
the Woods is second. And so another good run that time by Emily Truax for St. Mary the Woods.
Absolutely.
As she hands it off to Hope McGuire. But for DePaul, it's Stoffergen. Stoffergen with the lead for DePaul on the third leg. St. Mary the Woods' Hope McGuire is trying to chase her down.
Yes, she is. It's going to be interesting. She's closing that gap just a little bit. See what she can do in these last 150 meters.
Boy, and I'm telling you, McGuire is cutting it down. She's
Here
just
she
going to
comes.
blow by her.
Wow.
Hope McGuire with a great third leg, and here they come. Final handoff.
Make it a clean one.
Let's see if they can make the pass without failure. It's a good one, and here comes the anchor for both of these teams.
Okay, this is going to be fun, Herb. This is going to be fun.
Abigail Cole for St. Mary the Woods, and for for DePaul, it's Annalise Grammel. And she just blows by
See ya.
her. Annalise Grammel is trying to take this thing home and win it for DePaul.
Wow. Let's see if she can sustain these last 200 meters.
Huge kick. Here's the problem. Does she have enough left in her tank?
Let's see what Cole has over this last 150.
And usually you save it for this
Yeah.
part right here.
She has nothing for her. Look at that.
Annalise Grammel will take this one home.
Wow. What an anchor leg.
And they will drop their time by at least 2 seconds. We'll see what they actually score them this way. DePaul at 4:09.56. And they came in with a 4:10. So about a half a second, but that's still a great competition there in the 4x4.
It really was. That was an exciting race, and what a I'm just going to say dominant anchor leg by DePaul there, as she really from the very start. She didn't wait to a certain mark. It was all out go, and that was just a fantastic anchor leg there by DePaul. They got off to a good start, and that anchor leg just brought it on home, and that was just a very nice race.
In lanes 2 through 8, we will have the men's 4x4. St. Mary the Woods A is in lane 2. It's Josiah Douglas, Alex Smith, Luking, and Rahe. In Webster A, in lane 3, it's Baker, Clark, Triggs, and Merritt. DePaul A in lane 4, O'Malley, Rowley, Alsam, and Rutstein. Lane 5 has Greenville A, Latouche, Andino, Gomez, and Trevino. Lane 6, Rose-Hulman A is Bates, Socha, Henderson, and Eve. And lane 7 is Greenville B. It's Harris, Goodenow, McMinns, and Rutledge. And in lane 8 is Greenville C. It's Atkins, Latish, Kessinger, and Carlson as they set this one up, as the runners will get ready for this one, and we'll get started in just a moment with the 4x400 here at the Rose-Hulman 2023 Track and Field Twilight Invitational.
We're the Browns, and this is our account. Our relationship with Riddell really began when we were kids, so when we started our business, it seemed like a natural fit for us.
Riddell's provided all of our financial needs for both personal and business, and we could not be happier with the level of service that we're provided.
Riddell National Bank has helped us grow our business so that we can help grow our communities with the core values that we both share. If you're looking to grow your business, Riddell is your best option.
At Great Dane, we are proud to invest in our people and the communities we call home. We are hiring now for trailer assemblers and welders across the country. We need the makers, people who are ready to make a difference. We need you. Build something bigger for yourself and your family with great health benefits, advancement opportunities, 401k, pension, and more. Apply today at greatdane.com/careers.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.
Again, we want to thank our camera operators for tonight's track meet, and Kanan Harper, Grant Hainig, Sebastian De La Rosa, and Victor De La Rosa. We're produced and directed by Tony Harper, and our video technician is Keith Lawson. Walter Gordon is my partner. I'm happy to bring you this track meet this evening on the Indiana Sports Network. And again, the premier event in the track meets, at least the most exciting that I always see, is the men's 4x400 and the women's 4x400 for that matter as well. This one, though, could determine part of the actual placing for these teams. And we'll try to get you that as we look at this one. Again, the men's 5,000 meters. And that's kind of what we're trying to find out here. It was Jensen, Carroll, Sakuma, as we thought, and they're off.
Okay.
Greenville with 148, DePaul 124, and Rose-Hulman 120. So this could determine second and third place in the men's meet. And coming around the outside right now, it appears Rose-Hulman has a pretty good leg on this one. And they're in lane 6. And again, you've got one more turn. So the stagger is not yet done. The stagger is made all the way around. You have to have, it's effectively 3 turns. They've run 2 of them. And they're still there. Handoffs made. First handoff was in lane 4, that's DePaul. Lane 5, that's Greenville. And Greenville is leading.
Yes, they are.
Rose-Hulman is in second place right now. Second leg is going as they'll make the cut into the first lane. For Greenville, Latouche led off. Andino is second. Gomez should pick it up in third. In this third handoff should be Gomez.
To see Andino with his form, his breathing is very good. Just a great leg right here. See if we can make a good toss. Don't slow down too much now.
For Rose-Hulman, it was Bates, Socha, and now Henderson. Henderson takes it in the third leg. And they just barely get through there.
I was just going to say, kind of crowded.
But it's done correctly.
Be there.
It's done correctly. It's just a matter of going.
That's right.
And for Greenville, it's Gomez. Gomez down that back stretch. He's got about a 10-yard lead on Rose-Hulman's Aslan Henderson. And Henderson's trying to chase him down and to no avail. Right now, Gomez is just flying down. Let's see if he can turn it in on the front stretch. And Gomez is powering it all the way through.
Sure is. Just one more exchange.
Gomez will hand it off to Trevino. Henderson to Eve.
Whoa.
Oh, he may be out. We may have a scratch. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what it said is right on the edge. He may have been out.
That was close.
For Greenville, it's Trevino. Rose-Hulman has Jacob Eve running that anchor. Trevino with a lot of space in front of him, and he's running very smooth and solid.
Here he comes. He's flying.
He is moving down there.
My gosh, he's flying. Mercy sakes. What effort out here.
It's Greenville, Rose-Hulman, and it says St. Mary the Woods. We'll see where everybody lines up. Ooh, it's Greenville who comes in. They had him in third. Webster, they have fourth. And as they're pulling these out, we'll see what actually happens. And they're asking all the participants to clean up their area that they have, and that's what they'll actually do here in just a moment. But we'll see when this one gets posted as to what's going on. For the women's 4x400, let's take a look and reload this one. It was DePaul A winning. St. Mary the Woods A is in second. Greenville A is in third place, and Rose-Hulman A is in fourth. And if you've noticed, Greenville B did not score, and the reason why is because the second team never scores. You only get one team to score out of your group, but you still run them because it's a lot of fun to see those people can contribute to what's going on, and that's the way they've always run 4x400s in every level that I've seen, and it's the same way tonight. So let's see what happens in this one. See if we can get the actual
Look at your team scores at the bottom.
the actual way it went. And with that, Rose-Hulman moves into, get this, second place by a half a point. We knew that would happen. That was the potential for today. Not though beat St. Mary the Woods. And coming in seventh spot is DePaul A. And because DePaul's group did not move ahead of St. Mary the Woods or Webster, Rose-Hulman moves into second place in tonight's standing for the men's. And again, you can't ask for much better now. It was a really close race. And that final race determined second and third, and Rose-Hulman came out the winner.
Just came down to the last.
In that position. Well, folks, we had a great time tonight bringing you track and field from Rose-Hulman. Rose-Hulman, DePaul, Wabash, Webster, St. Mary the Woods, Illinois College, Principia, Franklin, and Hanover. For the women on this one, looking at the overall for the women, it was again Greenville, then DePaul, St. Mary of the Woods, and Rose-Hulman in fourth, Illinois College, Hanover, Webster, Franklin, and Principia. We had a great time bringing you this meet. We hope you had a great time tuning in, and we'll be back for more action later on this week, and actually tomorrow, where Bluffton will take on Rose-Hulman in a softball doubleheader on Senior Day here at Rose-Hulman. This next week, DePaul at Rose-Hulman, and baseball at 6:30. On next Saturday, that's a week from tomorrow, it'll be Anderson at Rose-Hulman for baseball, as we'll have those on the air again. If you're going to watch Rose-Hulman sports, you're going to watch Indiana Sports Network. And again, for my partner, Walter Gordon, I'm Herb King. We'll say so long until tomorrow when, again, softball back on the air here at 1 o'clock. We'll see you soon.
You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational. This program is a copyrighted production of Indiana Sports Network and cannot be shown, reproduced, or redistributed in any way or in any form without prior written permission from Indiana Sports Network. You are watching the 2023 Rose-Hulman Annual Track and Field Invitational.